What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
It most definitely is. This one might be about to end. It's great from Brown. Two clinical finishes at the end of that one. At the end of the day, he has won.
Game shot the second leg.
Oh, beautiful.
The fourth leg.
And level we are at 2-2. 1-2-6, level up at 1-1. Single leads the ball. Another one of them gives himself double six, and that is spectacular. But early morning Ruth Fraser for Barry Copeland. We are in to the business end of the week here at the Live Lounge Report. So it's the first of two double session days. Welcome along to Portsmouth, welcome along to Pluto TV, and welcome along to the Modus Super Series. Good afternoon, welcome along to what is a blockbuster day of sport. We've got two sessions here of the Modus Super Series. We've teed off at Royal Portrush for the Open Championship, and the Lionesses find themselves in action this evening against Sweden. It's one of those days where you really don't want to move from the couch, and Matthew Edgar won't be doing much moving from his seat over the course of the next 13 hours or so. And well, you look at this Group C and you look at the players involved in this, players that have got pedigree, have got previous, but perhaps also players maybe with a little bit of a point to prove too.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair assessment, actually. When you look at the players that we've got here today, I think there's players such as Keegan Brown, who hasn't gone his way in Group A. Jonathan Worsley probably played better than the results suggest. We've got good players coming in. Group A I defined as it was going to be tight, and it was. All games all the way through. The table maybe didn't reflect it, but the head-to-head clashes did. I think this is going to be very, very similar. I don't think we're going to get a runaway leader.
Well, Derek Coulson won Group A. Now, he was a runaway leader in that particular group. 13 wins out of a possible 15, 26 points to his name. I mean, he's just somebody now that we look at when he comes here, and you just expect good stuff, and he constantly delivers it.
He started slow. His week did. He needed to build, he needed to grow into it. He had two low averages in the 70s, match 1 and match 2. He had 47 darts at a double to win those games. He said the dart weren't sitting right, he didn't feel comfortable, and all of a sudden, click. And he clicked in and he played very, very well. Very nearly joined a list of people who have won the 28 points from the 30. We've still not got anyone at the moment who's managed to get the 30 from 30. It's going to happen at some point, but what a week that was for Coulson.
Yeah, Derek doesn't quite make that 14 wins graphic, but he does win Group A from Andreas Harrison and Steve West in second and third, respectively. John Worsley, Keegan Brown and Tony Sorensen are going to go again this afternoon. We can confirm the groups for the rest of the week now. This is how the tournament bracket breaks down. Later on tonight, Andreas Harrison and Steve West will join Kevin Edwards, Kevin Painter and Tommy Lishman in Group B, whilst Group C is what we're going to watch this afternoon. John Worsley, Keegan Brown and Tony Sorensen dropping down to join Robbie Long, Scott Baker and Barry Copeland. Let's talk about some of the runners and riders then in this group. We'll begin with John Worsley, a player who's got a very good record in terms of qualifying through to a Saturday night. And if he plays similar to how he has done at times in Group A, we'll probably fancy his chances again.
Yeah, he was just a few moments short, wasn't he? There was games I recall being 2-0 up, and then he missed like 6 darts to go 3-0. There was lots of those situations. I think he's played a lot better than the results suggest. I think he's played a lot better than he thinks he's playing. And with that, he's just got to try and pick the positives, because it's very hard to do, certainly when you finish in the bottom half of the table. But there's been so many for him to build on. And when he looks at, if he replicates that performance that he had, just tighten up a few of those key moments, he could win this group.
In terms of Scott Baker, he's a player that we've seen over the years produce some amazing stuff. And he's the type of player you probably look at this group and think he could cause some real damage.
He's my pick. He's my pick for this group, Scott Baker. I like him. He plays the game with a bit of pace, a bit of fluency. He's nice and easy on the eye to watch. The way he delivers the darts is an enjoyable watch. And he's a dangerous player. He's done good things on the Pro Tour. He's reached a semi-final. He's been a tour card holder. He's done good things on the WF circuit. He is a very, very dangerous player and maybe a bit understated. And for me, in this group, I expect him to be in that top 2.
Well, let's see how the odds look for this group. And I suppose, considering he's 15-4, he'll probably be your value. John Worsley heads off 2-1 favourite.
I think there's lots of value. I like Barry Copeland at 5-1. I think Tony Sorensen's better than 11-1. John Worsley, I'd maybe not make favourite. I think it's tight between him and Scott Baker. Keegan Brown, I think he's a lay. We've seen him struggle this week, and I think those struggles are really going to boil over going into this Thursday and Friday. And I've just got concerns. I've got concerns with the passing of the dart, the grip in the hand, and if he doesn't start well, I think it could be a long few days.
18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Well, you saw in those odds there that Robbie was a little bit of a long shot to go on and win this Group C. And he's in action in our opening game of the session against Tony Sorensen. And early on this morning, I caught up with the admin for a bit of a catch-up. All these don't usually end well. Robbie, second time for you here at the Super Series. How much are you looking forward to the next couple of days?
No, I'm really looking forward to it, to be fair. It's a privilege to be invited back. I mean, I done all right last time, so I was hoping to get an invite back, and to be here as an invite is an honour, to be fair. What
did you learn from your first appearance here?
I just find it really easy to play here. It's like the settings are amazing. There's no noise. There's nothing. You could just go up and play the game and enjoy it. You know, it's a great bunch of people I was with, and hopefully it'll be the same again.
Because of what you did first time around, is it now about perhaps just the goals kind of change a little bit? That it's going to maybe get to Saturday, just kind of incrementally setting the goals a little bit higher?
Yeah, definitely. It's like last time I come down, I didn't really know what to expect. And I done all right. I won more games than I lost. I finished 4th and 4th. So I done all right. But this time it's like, I know what to expect. I know most of the people who are here this week, and I know I can do it. So that's what I want to do.
Obviously, last time as well, you played the Group A, so you had a couple of cracks at it. Does it feel a little bit different because you're playing the Group C? You've kind of got that no room for error first time round.
No, but I mean, even if I lose a couple today, I still got tomorrow. I know I can run the card. I could also lose to everyone, but I know I could beat everyone. So I don't really worry. I just want to enjoy playing. And if I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. But hopefully I win.
Nice to be a dart player for a couple of days.
Exactly. Gets me away from the day job, but I do love that just as much as I enjoy playing darts, to be fair.
Wish you all the best. Robbie, good luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Henry.
And we're going to see Robbie in our first game of the session. He's going to take on Tony Sorensen, who finished bottom of Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, respectively. In terms of his numbers, actually didn't play too bad. Man had a 81 average for the 3 days. As for Robbie Long, his second appearance here for the 38-year-old from Bristol, played at the end of the previous series and played well enough that he's been given a second crack at the live lounge in Portsmouth. As for Tony, the 46-year-old from Horsens in Denmark, making his debut in this competition. Tony the Tiger looking to play some great stuff on this Thursday afternoon. Change of referee, as you can see. Owen Binks is looking forward to a few days in Blackpool, working on the World Match Play. And so George Baker, a world level official from the Midlands, is going to preside over proceedings this afternoon. A rising star of the professional circuit, as he's back with us to see out the remainder of the week. So it's our opening game of the day. It's a meeting between Robbie Long and Tony Sorensen. Matthew Edgar's alongside me in the commentary box to talk through all 25 matches that we've got for you between now and around about 1:45 this evening. Well, this evening going into tomorrow morning, but this Group C, I really do think, and I don't know whether you concur or not, but I think it's there for somebody to really grasp.
Yeah, and this is the time of week I really do start to enjoy the Super Series
Robbie
darts.
to throw first. Game on.
Because we've got 11 players battling out for 5 places, and it'll all be thick and fast and into the action
40.
where Group A, we kind of had a bit of an anticlimax, truth be told. We knew 6 games into our Wednesday what the
60.
destiny was going to be of all the players, and it kind of just flitted out, didn't it? We didn't really have any fireworks. I think one thing for sure, when we look at the lineup here
20.
and we look at the lineup in Group B, I think we're going to get some real fireworks. And that could come in the form of Robbie Long's darts, because you just knocked a dart out the board there. But full disclosure, we did a challenge earlier on, a bullseye challenge.
100.
And Robbie Long did that, I believe, on 3 occasions. There is something not quite right with the equipment, or it could even be this
140.
very unusual technical style.
Which means that if Robbie Long and Keegan Brown both have problems with bounce outs in their particular contest, the evening session might be delayed a little bit.
100.
I remember that happening in the World Match Play a few years ago. I believe it was Bob Anderson, Keith Deller, off the top of my head.
45.
And we was in the afternoon session, and it was in the days where you had to win by 2 clear legs, but there was no, like, halt to that. And the game
100.
went something like 1917, and there was another game earlier on, to the point where the evening session started half an hour after the conclusion of that match.
100.
So crowders coming
Tony,
in
you require
and catching the end of the
141.
afternoon session still.
Yeah, a lot of sports that could tell that. I mean, we've spoken about it in the past with tennis and that game between John Isner
60.
and Nicholas
Robbie, you require
Mahut at
156.
Wimbledon, which went 70-68 in the final set. No must-win by 2 clear rule here, just straight best of 7. But Robbie Long isn't going to get off to the perfect start here. Not going to find the 156.
Tony,
And
you
so
require
Sorensen
81.
looking at 81 to get the break and take this opening leg. He's got 2 in his hand at double 12. I was
Game
going to
starting
say
the
the
first
doubling
leg. Tony
perhaps has been
Sorensen.
the one issue he has had this week. 28% in terms of his finishing in Group A, but he finds a break there to take
Second
the
leg, it's
opening leg of
Tony
this
to throw
contest.
first. Game on.
Said earlier on in the week, and I stand by it, I think this is a player that's going to grow. We said throughout his Group A campaign, by the time Group C comes, I think we're going to see a player.
140.
A competitive player. And early signs here suggest exactly that. I've seen this guy. Seen him out and about.
80.
That's 2 on the floor already, 2 legs in. I saw him in Sweden last year. And he was good. He was very good. He looked a very dangerous player. Certainly a lot better than
60.
11-1 suggests in the quality of the field that we've got.
$100.
Did you play him?
60.
I didn't play him myself, but I saw some of the players he beat, and it's a very good lineup of players, and not only that, but picked up one of the titles.
41.
What a very unusual style this is, though. I expect to see that where he really struggles with the height, sort of adjusting high and low on a regular basis.
100. $57. Tony, you require
We'll
141.
break that down as the day goes. We'll have a little look at that one. No doubt we'll be featuring on
101.
one of our Break a Throw series very soon.
Yep, a welcome addition to the Super Series schedule.
120.
3. I'm going to count the bounce outs here. That's 3 so far
Tony,
in this
you
game.
require 40.
So tops are 2-0. And with those couple of bounce outs in this leg, even if they're just straight 20s, he would have found himself on 63. He would have found himself in a position where he would have needed a
35.
couple of
Robbie,
singles
you
for
require 103.
a dart and a double. But Robbie's going to need a treble, which he does get, to give himself a dart at double top.
Game
Well, that's
shot in the
excellent.
second
And
leg.
that is
Robbie
some
Long.
way to get your week started. A 103 finish for Robbie Long to draw back level. We have parity, 1 apiece.
Third leg is Robbie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I'm going to run a tally
57.
throughout the day and we'll see what we get, because I'm predicting it's going to be quite a lot. We've got 3 at the moment, 4 full-on Henry Deacon-esque, who you like to
60.
name everything. I'm going to call them bouncers.
Everything's got to have a place-holding name.
93.
Used to called doorman bouncers, didn't they? But that's something that's now frowned upon. I don't even see them called door
140.
officials now.
$60.
See, every time they see me, they just say, "Not tonight, mate."
We're full. And you go, what? But I can see there's like 20 empty tables.
100.
They're reserved, mate.
At 11:30 in the evening.
60.
They don't really penetrate very deeply, do they, either, when you look at them? Because normally when you hit a dart, it seems quite firm in the board. But with Robbie's, there's just a little bit of wobble.
60.
Some of this will be equipment. Some of it will be technical. It'll be a little bit of both combined.
140. Tony, you
One thing
require
for sure.
141.
It's pretty good.
When they go in with great effect, that's for sure. And having trailed this game 1-0, having been broken in the
74.
first leg, got the
Robbie,
break
you
back in
require
the previous,
91.
and now looking to take the lead for the first time in this contest. Went the bullseye route, but again, another bounce out.
Bounce up.
59.
Let's call the whole
Tony,
thing
you
off.
require 67.
Someone's looking at 67 for what would be the third consecutive break at the beginning of this contest. Double 4.
Game
Puts the
shot in
Great
the third
Dane
leg. Tony
2-1 to the
Sorensen.
good.
83 average. That's good. It's an improvement. It's certainly an improvement what we saw on Monday. It's an
Fourth leg,
improvement
it's
so far
Tony
we
to
saw in
throw
Group A
first.
collectively.
Game on.
If he can be around this 83, it's going to make him dangerous because that means he's going out in 6 visits to the board. That's a good standard.
100.
Robbie there just taking a moment because he had that horrible moment where you really feel you need to cough but your opponent's throwing, so you hold it in and it sort of hurts for a bit.
60.
You know, like when you're driving on the motorway and you really feel like you need to sneeze, but you don't want to do it because you'll shut your eyes, like that sort of thing.
140.
Well, Sorensen's really beginning to take charge of this contest, isn't he? Got the break in the previous
125.
leg and now looking to hammer home and looking to get the first holder throw in this contest. And just beginning to find that treble with a little bit more regularity now.
140.
Oh, look at this. 9 darts thrown, 1, 2, 1 left. This is quality.
4-2 treble visits so far in this game
100.
for Tony.
Tony, you
Two
require
back-to-back
121.
visits in this leg, and he's got 6 from here to move 3-1 to the good. May only need the 3. Could be a potential 12 darter. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye. Is he going to chase it?
82. Robbie.
Well, he went for single 14 there.
140. Tony, you require 39.
Left himself double 18, but all's well but ends well. He's going to get a look at that target anyway, and he's going to
Game
get
shot in
that
the fourth
target.
leg. Tony
And that's a 14
Sorensen.
darter, and legs like that is going to do you a lot of justice in this group.
Fifth leg, it's Robbie to throw first. Game on.
Back when I dabbled in a little bit of football, if I did something great, if I played a wonderful pass or if I scored a goal, I would shout
40.
out, "Who is this guy?" or "Who is this fella?" I think that's how I'm feeling right now. Who is this fella? Because this isn't the guy we had in Group A. This is quality.
95.
But I also think as well there's certain players that can deal and suit with the morning tempo of things, and I just sometimes think that maybe we see the
140.
best of the players as we head into the second half of the week when the timings are just a little bit more friendlier for the players.
So your assessment is Tony Sorensen is not a morning guy.
100.
Well, let's be honest, there's not many morning people out there, is there?
He needs a little
60.
time to wake up.
Well, it certainly didn't have a morning group full of glory, that's for sure.
60.
Finishing bottom of Group A. However, getting through
50.
Group C, you'll be hoping is part of the master plan. And he is just rolling with it here, isn't he,
100.
Sorensen?
You're just digging a deeper hole. After that first terrible one, you should have just left it there.
Well, it was that bad that I may as well have just
47.
carried on.
Tony, you
digging
require
further. Anyway,
146.
looking to put the stamp and seal of approval on this contest. Somerson cannot take out the 146.
50. Robbie, you require
You can leave it a little more
164.
handy, though. A 2-dart potential there for Tony Sorensen. And he will be back. There's that dart again, really low in the ones. Good recovery, though. Excellent recovery, in
112.
fact, there from
Tony,
Robbie
you require
Long.
96.
But they may be the last darts he gets to throw in this game. 2 darts for the match.
Just goes the wrong side of the wire. And
Robbie, you require
Robbie
52.
Long presented with an opportunity to extend this contest,
No
but he's
score.
busted it by hitting the treble.
Tony, you require
so
34.
Somerson here looking for the lesser spotted double 17 to complete a 4-1 victory. He decides to split it. 6 for double 14 and now down for double 7. And he gets
Game
there in
shot,
the end.
and
It was
the
a little
match,
bit of
Tony
a mess to finish
Sorensen.
things off, but Tony Sorensen picks up the win. He picks up the points. He gets the better of Robbie Long by 4 legs to 1 to get his campaign off to a winning start. He was 11 to 1 with the odds compilers before a dart was thrown. They looked like very unkind odds, and a performance like that may certainly prove that to be right. He beats Robbie Long then by 4 legs to 1. Coming up next, Scott Baker takes on Keegan Brown. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Tony Sorensen got the better Robbie Long by 4 legs to 1 to get his Group C campaign off to a winning start. Next up for us, it's a meeting between Scott Baker and Keegan Brown. Keegan, who finished 5th in Group A on Wednesday afternoon, up against the Mods, who is back for a 8th appearance here at the Super Series, has made it through to finals night on 5 of the previous 7 that he's been here for. As for Keegan, yet to get through to a Saturday night. Third time he's played here this year, twice in a regulation Modus Super Series week. Also played in the double start competition. And in those finals, Scott Baker's made it to the semi-finals on 3 occasions. 2 appearances in the main series now for Keegan Brown, the 32-year-old from Newport on the Isle of Wight. And the needle, well, he's needing to sharpen up in more ways than one. Performances need to correlate, and, well, those darts, well, they've been dropping on the floor all week for him. He's had a big problem keeping it in the board at times, but he has been trying to work out and hatchet up a plan to try and keep him in the board and to try and maximise as many opportunities as possible. But
First leg,
Scott
Baker,
Matt, is a player
Game
that
on.
we both rate very highly indeed. A man who's been to the deep end of major tournaments in the old BDO system. He's had a tour card for a couple of years, and that's part of the reason as to why.
Well, opening shot to the Super Series, he's completed it. One of his often lookalikes that he's referenced to. But yeah, he's a quality player.
57.
He's Scott Baker. I do really like him. Easy on the eye. Enjoyable to watch. Plays with flair. Plays with pace.
60.
And he's going to be very, very dangerous. For Keegan Brown, I'm kind of just hoping it starts well for him, because I do have fears and reservations today for Keegan Brown going into today. I don't think a week is going to suit him while he's sort of battling a couple of
93.
physical issues. And you kind of don't want to see him struggle. You don't want to see anyone struggle on the stage.
45.
So I think the early games here are vital for Keegan into getting any form of feeling and feeling good about things. But this is what I was worried about. Wayward darts.
27.
Losing the line. Darts going left, darts going right. You can deal with high and low as long as they're straight. You don't want the wayward ones.
100.
I was having a chat with Keegan this morning, and he was speaking very positive. Actually, first things first, he thought when I came to have a chat with him, he thought maybe you'd phoned in sick or truanted or skived or something,
60.
and we needed a commentator for the
Scott, you
day.
require
But
160.
I nearly did when I saw I was working with you for both sessions.
double 18.
Game shot in the
Scott
first
Baker
leg.
is off
Scott
the board.
Baker.
The mod is off the mark, and he has sent an instant statement of intent. A
Second
160
leg, it's
to win his
Keegan to
opening
throw
leg,
first.
and
Game
he
on.
is in no mood, the mod, to mess around.
That's why he's the pick. Lad's got some quality. Don't
59.
reach Pro Tour semi-finals if you don't have quality. So like getting a card, it's what you do with it that counts. And Scott Baker did very well.
87.
Going back to Keaton, just having a chat with him this morning, he said he's been finding a way, actually towards the back end of yesterday, was ruffling the back of his point up and things like that, just trying to find
57.
the right formula that can get him in as best a stead as he possibly can ahead of his exploits in Group C this afternoon and tomorrow.
100.
But Scott Baker is always capable, always somebody you can almost rely on to play to a decent standard, to a decent level. And one thing you'll always get when Scott Baker's here is a fair bit of pace. I remember there was a week where
140.
Scott played with Danny Lauby and Moreno Blom. And I think they're all in the same Group A.
45.
We were out of here at 1 o'clock every day.
$41.
Be interesting, wouldn't it, to look through the record books for timings of games. We know what the fastest game in Super Series history is.
59.
Just a little over 5 minutes.
I'm sure him and Danny Lauby have had a sub 6 minute game. I'm sure they did in that week, because I'm sure Scott did him 4-0 or whatever, one way or the other. I'm sure they got a sub 6 minute in there.
But are you sure?
I'm just going through what's in my brain right now.
That may take some time.
54. Keegan, you require 70.
Well, Keegan looking at 70 here to level this game up at 1 apiece. 1 dart in his hand at double 16.
38.
We'll be hoping to come
Scott,
back for
you
more, but
require
Scott Baker's already had
156.
a ton plus checkout in this game. Could be back to back, and that first dart's plumb for a second. Double 18.
Game
well, this
shot on the
is
second leg. Scott
supersonic.
Baker.
This is super good from Scott Baker. He's come out the traps by hitting back to back ton plus checkouts.
Game on.
And me and Paul Nicholson were talking earlier in the week about a game. A game that's very similar to Spot the Ball. If you remember that in the old
59.
newspaper, you used to get a picture of a football scene, you had to guess where the ball was. I came up with this game and this idea of guess the score, where all we do is we watch the player throw the
100.
darts and you've got to guess what they scored. You would never have guessed that that was a 156 finish breaker throw. You'd have said, I think he's at 60.
76.
Just so chilled, isn't he?
I'm sure you've got more fun party games.
And I'll tell you what, right, as well. Scott Baker is one of the
100.
sort of most naturally funny people I've shared a practice room with. Just got this real sort of dry, witty sense of humour.
85.
Yeah, he's really good company to
77.
be around, is Scott. He's just him, isn't he? And I think that's one of his best traits.
He always was
59.
given the look-alike category, though, wasn't he? A lot of people suggesting he should have been in the band Oasis. Some people suggesting he was Jay from the In-Betweeners.
Ah, so we could go halfway towards the in-betweeners, because if Scott Baker's Jay, I'm Will.
96.
I'm definitely Will from the in-betweeners.
Need Charlie Corstefine back as the referee for...
Yep, Charlie
Neil.
Corstefine can be Neil.
41. Keegan, you require 128.
And you can be Simon.
$50.
Only question is, who'd be Mr. Gilbert?
$100. Keegan, you require 78.
Careful how you answer that as well. 78 for Keegan to reduce the gap back down to 2-1. 2-12s.
Game shot in the third leg.
And that's a
Keegan
break back
Brown.
in this game all of a sudden back on throw. In fact, we've only seen just the 1 dart missed at a double in this
Fourth leg, it's
contest.
Keegan to throw
And that was
first.
from Keegan in leg 2.
Game on.
And how was that punished? Well, that was by Scott Baker taking out a 156.
$100.
Does a very light dart, doesn't he, Scott Baker?
68.
15 grams we saw on the graphic there. Now, not many people do that. We saw Stephen Bunting traditionally play with a very light dart and has changed to a heavier dart over time, and the statistics back up
100.
the fact that there's been serious improvement. Now a winning machine is Stephen Bunting. I wonder if at some point Scott
100.
Baker may just be tempted to draw on the inspiration of the bullet and just try out a few heavier darts. I'm sure he has over time, which is what brought him to suggest these are his favourite.
85.
What do you make of Stephen's chances at the World Match Play?
He's got one, hasn't he? Certainly expect him to do better than he did a couple of
140.
years ago, going out in the opening round 10-3.
Bookies lay him up at 20-1 to win the tournament.
Fair price. He's got a shout.
Littler goes off 15-8
100.
favourite. Luke Humphries 4-1. Going price 8-1 has really come in since that Euro Tour win of the weekend.
125.
15
Keegan,
to
you
8
require 116.
Favourite for a guy who's never won on the World Match Play stage.
Admittedly, his one game was against Michael van Gerwen. This is a man who's won games on the match play stage. And was
96.
looking to hoist Baker by
Scott,
his
you
own petard
require
by hitting the
68.
116 check. But Scott will come back looking at 68 for the break and a 3-1 lead. Single 8 leaves double top.
Game
And that
shot
double
in the
top
fourth leg. Scott
puts
Baker.
Scott Baker to within a leg of winning this contest. And will have the darts in the neck to do exactly that. And as you can see on your screen, 3 from 3 when it's come
Fifth
to his
leg, it's
finishing.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
Exceptional from Scott Baker. Not overly outscoring Keegan,
100.
but give him a chance at the end of the leg and it goes. And they're the things that make your opponent think. Because Keegan Brown will now be thinking, I can't give him a shot.
43.
He's took out a 116, he's took out a 156, a 68, combination shots on all three, where he gets one dart at a double, and he's taking them. But
55.
normally when that happens, the ironic thing happens. Scott Baker will give himself 3 darts for the match, and he'll miss all 3 when he gets a handful.
Well, we've seen it so many times here in the past. Interesting, is there anybody, when you look at the
96.
the list of odds that could possibly represent value, or is there just not one?
Josh Rock.
14-1 with the bookies. Recently selected last night for the World
180.
Series event, wasn't he, in Australia and New Zealand?
Sort of gives you an indication, doesn't it, that maybe
100.
he's on trial for the Premier League.
I'll tell you what, we'll talk a little bit more about that as the day develops, because Scott Baker's getting this game wrapped up very quickly. That was the second 180 of the game for him.
85.
It's been a really good performance. Average bang on pretty much the 90 mark. Couple of ton plus checkouts. 3 from 3 on the doubles. There's not much not to like about this. And if he plays to this
Scott,
standard throughout the course of
81.
the day, you think it's going to be very difficult for him to be dislodged in those top 2 positions in the table. To wrap it up, the bull.
56.
And that would have been for a 4
Keegan,
out
you
of 4
require
game when it came to
128.
the doubling.
Drop a 20 for a dart, the bull himself for Keegan Brown. He finds it. Gets a dart at the bullseye.
103.
Same equation.
Scott,
Finds
you
the outer
require
ring, and now
25.
Scott Baker. Match opportunity.
2 8s.
9.
But what was it you said earlier on? Scott
Keegan, you
Baker won't
require
miss a dart until he
25.
gets a couple for the match.
So did miss 3 darts, and there's 3 darts missed.
Is he going to get another opportunity in this leg?
9.
Yes, is the answer, because Keegan Brown's been presented with a
Scott,
chance
you
to
require
break back,
16.
unable to take it. And so this to round it off once and for all. Scott
Game start,
Baker's off
and
to a
the
winning
match, Scott
start
Baker.
for large swathes of that game. He really was impressive. A couple of ton plus checkouts to get the game started. The 116 followed up by the 156. They have it in the end of 85, but for large parts of it, it was around about the 90 mark. It was 3 out of 3 on his doubles until the end. He's beaten Keegan Brown by 4 legs to 1. Coming up next, Barry Copeland takes on John Worsley.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there,
require
George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It is game 3 of our session. It's a meeting between John Worsley and Barry Copeland. Before the break, Scott Baker got the better of Keegan Brown by 4 legs. A really handy performance from Scott. Missed a few darts towards the end of that contest, but a couple of ton plus checks to get the game started and really took the game away from Keegan Brown as a result. So he gets his campaign off to a perfect start. John Worsley played some good stuff in Group 8 on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, and now in his secondary group of the week, hoping that his performances are going to yield a few more better results. Up against Barry Copeland, the 52-year-old from Craigavon in Northern Ireland, a semi-finalist in Series 8 Week 11. That was the best part of a year ago. This is his third appearance here and looking to make it through to a second weekly finals. As for John Worsley, well, the man from Chepstow is under starters orders in this Group C. A winner of a week all the way back in Series 3. It was the first week of that particular series, and I tell you what, it's interesting to see, and I love going back and delving through the archives, because you look at some of the names that won that week, a lot of them are now on tour. A lot of them are now on tour. We'll delve into some of those names in a few moments' time, but Matthew Edgar alongside me here in commentary. This could be a real corker, this one, because these are two players that have both got real high levels about them.
They have, and I think John Worsley has been a bit harshly treated in regards to the return he got from his Group A campaign. He played a lot better than it would maybe suggest that he did.
43.
Got a tricky customer here to start off with, Barry Copeland, the daddy. Someone who's had success here at the Super Series, had a bit of success on the WDF circuit as well. Certainly a player who will be looking at this
58.
group and fancying his chances of booking himself a place on a Saturday night once again.
Former World Masters finalist back in 2022, lost out to Wesley Plazier in the final of that. That's his career highlight so far. But yeah, you're totally correct in the way that John played. His running average for Group A, 87.62 was his average. 39 hits from 124 attempts, 31% in terms of his doubling.
125.
It's not rubbish, not by any stretch of the imagination. It's decent, but I suppose they were the kind of numbers when you pit it and compare it to some of the other players that played in that particular group. It was a case of when push came to shove, they just had that little bit more, didn't they?
Yeah, key moments, that's all that let John Worsley down in that group. I recall a few games where he's 2-0 up, missed 6 darts at a double. 2-0 up, missed 4 darts at a double, lets the opponent back in. 3-2 down, has a massive leg to break the throw, then found nothing. And that just kind of happened a few times for him.
45.
Just taking a moment here at the early part of this game to have a look at the angle of entry of the darts here for Barry Copeland. I'm sure we'll have a good look at this throughout this game. Very unusual, isn't it? Normally the dart lands straight to the flight
140.
is facing back at the player. This is almost facing our referee. Does give him a slight nice angle of entry there to sort of aim at the middle point of the barrel. Sort of throw at the nose of the dart. They're at the treble 20. Another one of those would have given him a dart to get the early breaker throw.
80.
But choices here for Barry Copeland.
92.
Could go the more traditional treble 20, which looks to be the case.
Not the old school bullseye. Double six.
80. John, you
Graces
require
away, and that might be the
70.
only opportunity he gets in this leg. Worsley back for 70 for the break.
That's quite an aggressive slap as well, that was, wasn't it?
Is it going to be John Worsley that lands the first blow in this contest?
60.
Well, both players have missed chances to
Barry, you require 12.
go one up in this contest. Copeland back to keep hold of his throw.
Game shot in the first leg. Barry
Well,
Copeland.
no mistake the second time. Copeland wins the opening leg.
Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
I think these two players are kind of illustrative of how every throw
100.
is unique, one of their own. They're two types of throws that are very seldom themselves. It's not something that you'll see many try and replicate, but it's just something that for so many years has worked for the pair of them.
60.
Yeah, it does, and throws are very individual, but there's also a lot of things that have to be the same and a lot of fundamentals. And having those fundamentals in your throw, that's where you're going to find the consistency. There's a lot of things that can be
100.
different and that can be unique, but there's things that can't be, and there's things that shouldn't be. And it's about making sure that your throw has all those bits. Look what I mean there about that angle. He's hit the 5 and he's blocked the treble 20.
36.
But usually for you, a single fire is the perfect marker.
It's not the marker for where I want to be, but it's where I tend to hang out. Other than when I win the Super Series in a couple of months' time.
What, the influencer pairs? Where the influencer will be carrying you?
And just blocks it completely. Has to move away.
99.
No, they're not doing that one. Couldn't afford the salary.
$58. $59. $68.
Early bit of jostling for position you feel here. Probably two players that really do
45.
give each other the
John, you
utmost
require
amount of respect,
130.
which sometimes can lead to these sort of games where when the player misses, the other one feels they've got to take advantage.
106.
I was wondering why he went to the 18s. Maybe... I don't know. I'm puzzled. It was blocked a little bit, maybe.
60. John, you require
Might be one of
24.
them where we might have to ask John.
Game shot in the
Also,
second
but as
leg.
well,
John
double 12
Worsley.
goes, and we are back level at one apiece. Now, I mentioned John's week that he won, and he was in a
Third leg is
very
Barry
strong
to throw
Champions Week.
first.
Actually
Game
got
up.
through to the Champions Night at that particular Champions Week. Now, of the 12 players that made it through to Champions Week in Series 3, which is the series where he won his week, 5 of them
119.
have subsequently gone on to attain tour cards. So John Worsley won the first week of that series, followed up by wins for Owen Bates, Jelle Klassen, Scott Taylor, who of course
97.
got on to win a series here, Mike Warburton, Matt Clark, who was in blistering form at that time, Steve West, Justin Hood, now tour card holder, Lucas Vainig, tour card holder,
100.
Luke Littler, tour card holder, Mike Gillette, the best a man can get, and Darryl Pilgrim.
Which makes it 6.
Which makes it 6, yes. Yeah. I didn't count properly.
99.
So half the field.
And if you want to add extra meat on the bone, there's a few other players that have had great success in weeks in that series that go on to
140.
get tour cards. likes of Danny Lorby, Adam Hunt, Andy Bolton.
$94.
Barry
You
Van
require
Peer.
142.
I've just noticed that one there. What am I on there for?
Ah, yes, you made a semi that series. Yeah, week 12. You, Jim McKeown, were the losing
87.
semi-finalists. Did you lose to Colin Osborne in that semi?
Yeah, mystery match darts. Actually, I remember it now. Yeah.
Yeah, Colin Osborne would lose to Darryl Pilgrim in that final. Luke Littler would win it, and actually, the runner-up would be the alternate player, because you may
84.
remember rightly that
Barry,
Lucas
you require
Vainik
55.
turned down the invitation to play at that Champions Week. So Jacob Taylor came in as an alternate, got to the final, and lost out to Luke Littler. Owen Bates and Scott Taylor, the two semi-finalists.
35.
As
John, you
Copeland
require
misses tops to
127.
open up a 2-1 lead in this game.
I think it'd be the big single number that he's most concerned about there. But Barry Copeland is having a look, hoping that this treble doesn't go. It doesn't, which means he will return to keep everything going with
59.
throw.
Barry, you require 20.
So 2 10s.
No
Does not
score.
go, and so Worsley
John, you require 68.
is back looking at 68 to get the break and open up a 2-1 lead in this contest. $16 for the double.
36. Barry, you require 20.
Well, these two are really beginning to pass the buck in this contest.
Game shot and
Come on, he
third
says.
leg. Barry Copeland.
He wins the third leg, but he's not overly enamoured with the amount of misses that he's had on the doubles.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Okay, we've had spot the ball conversations or guess the darts. I'm now going to ask you a question. I want to get your answer on this one. John Worsley and Barry Copeland
177.
have something in common. What is it? What can you see that's in common?
Tattoos? Dart players? Playing Group C?
100.
What's next? They've got arms, they've got legs. Like,
That's also a good observation.
they both have darting tattoos. See on the arm of John Worsley here? It looks like we've got a
100.
little bit of bully. Got a maximum on there. And you don't have to look far on Barry Copeland because you see it on his chest. 3 darts, which is why he's got his zip all the way down. So you can have a good look at that one.
60.
But look at this. The arm. The 180. The bullseye. Love darts that much, they tattooed it on themselves.
Yeah, we could probably get a
60.
zoom in on John Worsley's tattoos. However, probably not on Barry Copeland's at this time of day.
$81. John, you require 164.
So Worsley looking at 164 to square this game up at 2 apiece. Doesn't have to chase around if he doesn't want to.
124.
Two things are starting to happen here. John Worsley's starting to get better, averaging now 86, where Barry Copeland's average is dropping.
135.
Needs
John,
to
you
find
require
his
40.
way very quickly here, where Worsley could start to open up a bit of a
Game
gap.
shot in the fourth leg. John Worsley.
Good leg that. 13 darter for John Worsley. Be just what he wants, just to lay that marker down, give himself a bit of
Fifth
confidence.
leg, it's Barry to throw
'Cause
first.
at the moment, it just
Game on.
feels like John Worsley is a little void of the confidence and maybe not quite able right now to pick out those positives from Group A.
Well, John Worsley's also one of those players. We were here with Glenn last week and we were talking about Jamie Kelling. Well, Glenn was actually talking about how he won the Premier League. I was talking about Jamie Kelling. But,
99.
split the difference. Hi, Glenn, if you're watching. And we were talking about how JK is one of those players that focuses and zooms in pretty much on this exclusively. And I just get the sense John Worsley's becoming one of them players now. Doesn't
137.
play as much around the circuit as he once did, once upon a time. Those years as a tour card holder, they've been and gone, and different things have become priority for him. But he's one of those players that I think concentrates most of his
85.
darting energy on getting ready for this.
100%. Absolutely. We don't really see much of John Worsley now, out and about. But loves his time here at the Super Series. And
41.
there's going to be a lot more people like that as well, like Steve West. We don't really see him too much. We will be seeing him this evening, though, in Group B, which will come your way at 10 o'clock. But there's choices now. And just because there's choices
92.
doesn't mean to say you have to play everything. And that even goes for the top boys at the top table.
$55.
Because you think about it, I mean, John Worsley primarily plays the full week anyway. So by the time he gets his 3 invites a year, you're taking up 3 full weeks worth of darts for this anyway. So he's still
87.
making a sizable commitment without seeing his name on a big draw sheet week in, week out.
But this will be what's frustrating John Worsley. He's just done a 13 darter to hold. And then when it comes up
58.
against the Barry Copeland
Barry, you
throw,
require
he's not really
138.
found anything. This time in the last leg, he was on a double. Now, 210 points still to go. With Barry Copeland having 6 darts. Finish we've already seen once this week hit by John Worsley.
98.
Yeah, I think this is what they call inconsistent so far.
Erratic.
140.
That is what you call
Barry,
quality.
You require 40.
But is it too late? Certainly not too little. Never too little, a 140.
$30.
He's had his chances,
John,
hasn't
you
he? Barry
require
Copeland.
70.
2 from 11 on the outer ring.
So this to really strike a pose and land a blow on the nose of Barry Copeland, because this to put him 3-2 up, and it would mean he'd had the darts in the next to see the job off. Double 10.
Game shot in the 5th leg.
And
John
Worsley has control of this contest. Moves in front, gets the break, and now has the darts to win it.
6th leg, it's John to throw first. Game up.
He'll be wondering how he's lost that, will Barry Copeland? Well, the answer will be quite easy. Missed doubles at the back end of the leg. He dominated that leg all the way through. And they're the ones that are frustrating. If Jonathan Worsley can replicate anything like he
140.
did when he had the throw the last occasion, a 13 darter it was. 5 visits to the board. If he can be in that sort of street here, you feel he'll be off the stage with a 4-2 victory. 2 points on the board.
100.
Let's move on to round 2.
Which will get underway with a meeting between Tony Sorensen and Scott Baker. 2 of the winners from the opening
30.
rounds worth of play.
Pause that thought. A big slip there for Worsley. Offering an opportunity. A couple of trebles required here, though, just to gain some feeling here for Copeland.
41.
Who's feeling rather angered right now, if that facial expression is anything to go by. Does play the game with an air of intensity, doesn't he? Does Barry
39.
or Baz?
Bazza.
But unlike the England cricket team, Baz is not having a ball right now.
$100.
Looks like John Worsley's having a bit of a battle with the stickers as well, doesn't it, on his shirt?
58.
He struggled at times to keep them on there, and it looks like now that they're clinging on for dear life.
Well, this might well be the biggest billboard advert for Portsmouth's embroidery of shirts businesses.
45.
I can't see that one on the right-hand side lasting too much longer.
However, by pointing it out, this is great news for the sponsors, because we're going to pay a bit more attention to it.
132.
We'll take the 10% commission later. Anyway, 102 left for Worsley to win this game by a 4-2 scoreline.
$81. John, you require 102.
So 102 to wrap it up, 4-2. options here. Treble 14 or bull. Decided to go for the bullseye to leave double 16. That's in the single 6.
38. Barry, you require 134.
We'll return for 64 if Copeland cannot find the 134. Of which he's unable to be up to the task of.
58. John, you require 64.
And so this to get it all wrapped up. To bring this battle to a close. It's going to be a dart at double top.
44.
Which just sifts underneath the wire.
Barry, you require 76.
Not the first time he's done that today.
51.
That last one just thrown in frustration.
John, you require
He's an
20.
angry man right now. But he may have a bit of time to go cool off. Because this is for the match.
2 10s. For 4-2 win. And to get his Group C campaign off to a winning start.
15.
But match darts continue to get
Barry, you require
missed.
25.
And now a slap of the sticker. Might well keep it in place. But this game could be in place for a little while longer. Copeland can find the 25, but slip into the 14 means 11 left. It's double 4 to take us all the way. And
Game shot
Copeland
on the
needed
sixth leg.
only the
Barry
solitary
Copeland.
dart to do exactly that. Much to the frustration of John Worsley at the back of the stage. The daddy offers his hand out by way of apology.
Seventh and final leg, it's
Worsley
Barry
just
to
wants
throw
to look
first.
away.
Game on.
Incandescent with himself because he knows that he should have had this game wrapped up to all intents and purposes.
$81. $137.
Good start again for Worsley. He did this in the last leg, didn't he? He kicked off with a 140 and then 2 very wayward visits.
$125.
This is better. This is much better from Worsley.
180.
Can't get any better. That is perfect. 5 big power trebles to kickstart and really put Copeland's throw under threat.
Well, quality players find it when they're under the pump, and that's
81.
exactly what Worsley's doing here.
He's going to get chances.
134.
It could be a 10 darter, which is the best leg we have seen so far this week. And that was Worsley who hit it. He hit it on Monday.
But to do it, he's going to have to do a Mason.
44. John, you
By
require
hitting
50.
the bullseye to get the 10 dart. But he ain't going to worry about that. He ain't going to worry about how many darts it's won in because he missed darts in the previous leg. He just wants to get the job wrapped up. And that's
shot
exactly what
and
he's
the
going to
match,
do
John
there.
Worsley.
12 darter in the last leg to get it done for John Worsley. All smiles at the end of that battle between the pair. For Copeland, he got himself back into the contest at 3-3, but he just had nothing in response to the firepower that Worsley found in that 7th leg. Coming up after the break, Tony Sorensen takes on Scott Baker. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. A round's worth of action has been completed on this Thursday afternoon, and before the break, John Worsley got the better of Barry Copeland by 4-3. These two won their opening matches. Tony Sorensen got a 4-1 win over Robbie Long, while Scott Baker got the better at Keegan Brown by 4-1. Probably the most impressive performer, Baker, in the opening round's worth of fixtures. Average was around about 90, 3 from 3 on his doubles. Missed a couple to get over the line eventually, but he just looked really assured throughout the course of that contest against the Needle. Now, you know how much I like a fun fact, Matt?
Okay, I'm worried where this is going.
100.
Now, you've been wondering about the QR code that Tony has had on his shirt all week, haven't you?
180.
As Scott Baker piles in a max to win this contest.
Started with a max in his opening game as well, Scott Baker.
Yeah, been a very, very
85.
good start to proceedings for the mod, which isn't going to continue here. Now, I've scanned the QR code on the back of Tony Sorensen's
45.
shirt, and it takes you to Tony Sorensen's official website, which you can buy
60.
Tony Sorensen memorabilia. You can get some
54.
match shirts, polo shirts, and you can even buy a Tony Sorensen baseball cap.
85.
What are we talking value for money wise?
£18 for a Tony Sorensen baseball cap.
And the
54.
shirt?
42 quid. You get 2 different varieties, though, of Tony Tiger Sorensen polos. So you can have that polo that he's wearing now. There's also another polo
60.
which you can have as well. And if you want to get a mini shirt, that will set you back all of 6 quid.
Does that include postage, or do you have to pay postage on top?
I'll be honest, if you're going to
58.
post it to the UK,
Tony
it could
require
cost a little bit.
111.
And then there's a load of bits in Danish which I don't understand, so we'll move on. Double top.
91. Scott, you require 110.
Loves a ton plus checkout. We've seen 2 already.
Game
Make
shot in the
that
first leg.
3.
Scott Baker.
Welcome to the party here, Scott Baker. And this is why he
Second
was the
leg, it's
pick
Scott to throw
for this
first.
group.
Game on.
Some sheer quality on display.
$100. $140.
Well, there's actually more.
140.
There's more. I've just had a click on another link on his website. You can
100.
buy a hoodie,
140.
a gilet, t-shirts, and also
81. Scott, you require 121.
Baker looking for another ton plus checkout. Bullseye. Go on, Scott. Doesn't quite get it.
96.
You can also buy tracksuit bottoms.
$100. Scott, you require 25.
Double 8.
Game shot in the
2-0.
second leg.
14
Scott
data.
Baker.
Sorry, 15 data for Scott Baker.
Third leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
But you know what? I'm really all for all this.
Does that mean you're going to be placing your order for some Tony Sorensen tracksuit bottoms?
100.
I'm not really a tracksuit bottoms kind of guy, but to be fair, I'm just having a look at the materials and stuff. It's produced
99.
really, really nicely. You could buy 15 products on the Tony Sorensen website. And then there's a load of like stuff in Danish which I can't understand. Specialist design is one of the things. Well, special designate, which I'm going to
100.
assume says special design. It's very unique, and do you know what? I think it's very smart because
100.
Because look, right, we're talking about him, and do you know what? I know we can have a little bit of a laugh about things at times, but do you know what?
94.
He's got it, ain't he? You think about tennis players that have replica stuff, and you think about golfers like Rory McIlroy will have like a replica shirt that he wears at the Open that
60.
people will buy. We're seeing it more and more. Like before, you'd never walk down the high street and you'd never see someone in a dart shirt. But the last year or
58.
so, I've never seen people wear as many Luke Littler shirts and things like that.
87. Scott, you require
He's
150.
not a pioneer, Henry. Like, people have had dart shirts for years.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, it's you don't see the normal cat go and do what
Tony,
he's
you
doing
require
in terms
94.
of merchandising.
Needs treble. Doesn't find it. This could be a
54.
very swift 3-0 lead for Scott
Scott,
Baker
you
and a
require
double breaker
16.
throw, which will give him full control in this game. It's been clinical. It's been brilliant.
12.
But we've seen
Tony,
this
you
story
require
in Group
40.
A. A player races off into a 2-0 lead, should be 3-0 up, ends up getting drawn back into a bit of a battle.
$20. Scott, you require 4.
Double 2 for 3-0. Up to the madhouse.
No
just
score.
underneath, and so Sorensen will come back. Look at it, 2
Tony,
tens
you
to
require 20.
half the gap. He knows
Game
that
shot in the
potentially
third
a
leg.
huge
Tony
opportunity
Sorensen.
has been passed by Scott Baker. Sorensen back in the game at 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Do you have a Matthew Edgar primetime shop?
140.
No.
Has this conversation inspired you to open up a Matthew Edgar primetime shop?
60.
No.
What would you sell in a Matthew Edgar primetime shop if you had to have one?
80.
Oh, shirts, wouldn't you? Pretty much what you just said Sorensen's got, it'd be pretty much the same, wouldn't it? Like, what do you expect of me? I'm not going to sell trainers or something, am I? Bags of sweets.
140.
Freshly baked cakes.
Well, put it this way. You won't get many match-worn shirts on the Matthew Edgar website.
100. Scott, you require 141.
1-4-1 for Baker for 3-1 lead.
You might get some soon. Keep hinting.
55.
Did you ever manage to auction off the one you won the Iceland Masters with?
Yep. All 12 pounds of it.
Goodness me, that
60.
person must have had more money
Scott,
than
you
sense.
require 86.
86 for Baker. These types of pop
Game shot,
combos have
fourth
gone
leg,
all day
Scott
for him, and they
Baker.
go again there. 14 darter, 3-1 lead.
And right now we'll be wondering, how did I
Fifth
just
leg,
miss
it's
6
Tony to throw
darts?
first. Game on.
But remember match 1. I said this happens with quick players. We tend to see combinations, bang, gone. Combination, bang. When it comes down to 3
100.
darts in your hand at a double, how often do you miss? More often than not. It's a very unusual trend.
60.
The main thing here is Scott Baker, a leg away. Statistically, very consistent as well. Mid-80s average in his 4-1 win over Keegan Brown.
135.
Mid-80s average here against Tony Sorensen. And that's despite missed opportunities on the doubles that would have just pulled it down in the last
140.
leg. He's going to be dangerous in this group, is Baker.
180.
Well, that Maxi, he's Sorensen on a 2-darter after 9, but a really good leg this for the
66. Tony, you require
Dane.
86.
Doesn't have to go for the bullseye. Not going to go for the
54.
bullseye. Going to leave himself on 32 after just 12.
100. Tony, you require 32.
Well, he's got a little bit of wiggle room. But that room for manoeuvre is beginning just to
Game
be
shot in the
shut
fifth
out a
leg.
little
Tony
bit. But he's not going to
Sorensen.
be shut out of this match just yet. Back to 3-2. But Baker now with the darts in his hand to
Sixth
seal
leg,
what will
it's
be
Scott
a
to throw
second
first.
consecutive
Game
win
on.
at the beginning of this group.
100. 45. 24. 60.
Now looking to make that push towards the line, Scott Baker, and that 180 is second of the contest is going to help him en route to that average again and around the 90 mark.
81.
And now closing in on a 4-2 win against Tony Sorensen.
60.
Looking to move himself onto 4 points and to be the player who really takes charge and grabs a grip of this Group A table.
140. Scott, you require 137.
He's going to get 6 from this 137 to do exactly that. And he's going to need the full quota of those 6 starts to complete victory here and now.
97.
And also Benzo leads himself on tops when he comes back.
60. Scott, you require 40.
Well, you said he was the value play for a dart was thrown today.
Game
And
shot and the
Scott
match.
Baker
Scott
is
Baker.
2 wins out of 2, and he's looking very comfortable as well. A 4-2 success against Tony Sorensen and playing some superb darts. 3 top plus finishes already today. Average of 88.67. The doubling's been really good. And the scoring power has been there when he's needed it to get himself out of jail. He's beaten Tony Sorensen by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, John Worsley takes on Robbie Long. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
fighting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series before the break. Scott Baker got the better of Tony Sorensen by 4 legs to 2. Game number 5, Robbie Long up against John Worsley. Now, as far as their days are concerned, John got the better of Barry Copeland in a last leg decider in his opening game. Meanwhile, Robbie Long lost out 4-1 to Tony Sorensen in his opening match. So Worsley has an opportunity to
throw first.
join Scott Baker
Game
on
on.
4 points in the group. And it would mean that them two would take the early ascendancy as we head into the halfway point of the day.
Okay, let's play a game
83.
during this game, shall we, Mr. Deacon?
Do we have to?
So, in the opening game, we said we were going to keep tally of what we was going to call the bouncers, which was
22.
how many dances Robbie Long going to have on the floor, something we expect is going to plague his game throughout the day. In game number 1, he had 4 bouncers. Does he go higher or lower?
37.
Let's have some fun, and I'm going to say higher.
$84. $43. $60.
Worsley got better, didn't he, in that opening game as it went on, a 4-3 victory over Barry Copeland.
$99.
And he'll be looking for some sort of justification, won't he, for the way he's played this week. But that is better from Robbie Long. He wasn't really landing much of a blow here in this leg on the Worsley darts, but one visit can change everything. That's sort of how this game works, isn't it? One visit can turn things. One
Robbie
day
require
can
155.
change everything. And that goes all the way up to the Pro Tour. Look at Bradley Brooks. Picks up a Pro Tour title very recently.
60.
And everything
John, you
changes
require
for him.
139.
Look, he has a good run of it between now and the end of September. He could maybe just squeeze himself in the field for the World Grand Prix. That's how quickly his season has changed. However, there is also a bit of a divine irony as we look at Worsley on the 139 to take out this opening leg. Stuck between a couple of options, went down for the treble 19, couldn't find it.
99.
So Long
Robbie, you
back for
require
95 to get the break and win the opening leg. And the bullseye is what he's looking at.
70.
Bullseye he's unable to get.
John, you require 40. Game shot in the first leg. John Worsley.
As he finds the tots, he goes one up. But yeah, go back to the Bradley Brooks conversation. I suppose
Second
there's
leg, it's
almost
Robbie
somewhat
to
of an
throw
irony because
first. Game on.
you can't pick when you win a Pro Tour. However, to a certain extent, he may have picked the worst Pro Tour to win for him in terms of the 1-year
120.
order of merit. Because say, for example, he won the Pro Tour, the first Pro Tour after the World Match Play. it counts towards a different yearly cycle. And so he would have put himself bang into play to qualify for next year's World Match Play, where that money is pretty much going to jump off as soon as the end of this, the 2026 qualifying criterion for the World Match Play is going to be in place.
And because his new card holder, he doesn't have the back end of last year to help him out for the Grand Prix. So yeah, I get what you're saying. It'll help him in regards to the Worlds and the Players' Championship finals, but they will probably have already been on his radar anyway. Doesn't help him try and get into other things. One thing it might do, though, is help him get closer to the seeding positions for the
92.
European tours, so he could avoid the qualifiers. And that makes a big, big difference. We look at people like Nathan Aspinall at the moment. 80% of his money has come from European tours.
Product of MSS 2024. He's got the hoodie with all the names of the other players that went on to
81.
get tour cards as well.
Did you get that off the Tony Sorensen website?
And for
60.
£5 extra, you can get the signatures of all the players. Who needs eBay?
140. Robbie, you require 147.
147 for Long. Can't be done now.
93. John, you require 133.
Leaves him on 54. Worsley looking at 133 to double the lead to 2-0. Threatened the 139 in the previous leg. Is he going to take the 133?
117.
Well, he wasn't too far away.
Robbie, you require 54. Game shot in the second leg. Robbie Long.
Said at some point today we'll have a good look at the throw of Robbie Long because it's very different, and I think we're just going to pick it apart
John
a little
to
bit
throw
here.
first.
Just have a look at
Game
the
on.
little fundamentals here that are quite interesting. He holds the dart sort of facing away from the board, doesn't he? He points it right out to the side, so it's like barrel facing on. But the interesting thing here,
42.
and the great angle I get from sitting up here behind, he actually ends with a full extension and the wrist coming
26.
down and through with the fingers pointing down to the floor. Now, that is traditionally the sort of throw of someone who engages the wrist, where the wrist is sort of coming over the top of the action, where
81.
this one's coming right around the side. I would not be surprised, and I'm going to make a prediction now. I mean, look at that. Dart's facing over to the camera, but he ends with the fingers down.
100.
I wouldn't be surprised if he has a little bit of issue in regard to the radial nerve, which is in the wrist. Gets a little bit of wrist soreness, because this is just purely going on that radial.
96. $140.
Well, this game finally poised.
96.
One apiece. It's a game that neither have really been able to take by the scruff of the neck so far.
42. $100.
Time there for Worsley. He's himself on a 2 darter. Robbie Long all the way back at 193.
$57. John, you require 86.
So 86 for Worsley to move himself 2-1 in front in this contest.
$62. Robbie, you require 136.
So 136 is not on offer any longer. And so Worsley will come back. He's returning for double 12 to
42. John,
open
you
up a
require
2-1 lead
24.
in the contest.
That little shuffle to the right just opens it up. That first start acting like a blocker, and that's a
Game
great
shot in the third
find.
leg. John Worsley.
Makes you wonder why he didn't shuffle after the first dart. Surely very well aware of how his darts play.
Full
Maybe
leg,
just
it's
thought he could
Robbie to
power
throw
it past.
first. Game on.
But found the adjustment in the end. But just putting himself under a little bit of unwanted stress.
137.
It's fair to say, yes, John Worsley's in a position where he could win 2 from 2, but it's certainly been hard work for the Wombles so far. 4-3 win against Barry Copeland was pegged back by Baz in that particular match.
100.
But now looking to really make his push in this one, looking to stretch clear of Robbie Long.
Nice little touch of quality there for Worsley. If you're going to find a maximum with the opening 3 darts, you want it
100.
to be in a leg where your opponent is throwing first. Really try and make that big power play, a big power move. And he's in again. Exactly where he wants that dart, right at the bottom of that treble 20. Invite him for another.
100.
It is in, and it's on. He's got the best leg of the week so far, which is a 10 darter. There's only one thing he can do that's better than that. And let's take out the 141.
60. John, you require 141.
Can the Womble find perfection? But that was pitched not underground, overground, or over the ground.
41.
Well, he takes the 41 off, rounds it off, makes it a little bit easier for himself when he comes back. Nice straight ton.
Potential 11 darter in the offing for
134.
He's now in a position
John,
where
you
he was on for
require
potential
100.
9-dart leg, and now he's in a little bit of bother here if he doesn't take this out. How quickly a leg can change. Has to be tops now. He's unable to get, and all of a sudden,
45.
a couple of
Robbie, you
mid-straight
require
darts has put him
70.
in a spot of bother here. Robbie Long back for 70 to level this game up at 2-2. He's kind of snuck under the radar in this leg, and he's had a dart to level
John,
this
you require
contest back up.
55.
And so double top.
Game
For 3-1,
shot
and
the
despite
John
all
Worsley.
the chaos and drama, that was still a 14-dart break for John Worsley.
Yeah, real
Fifth
damage
leg,
done
it's
in those
John to
opening
throw
6.
first.
Perfect darts for
Game on.
Worsley. Great time as well. Mentioned in the last game, he had a really good leg, a 13 darter. It came with the throw. So although it got him the point on the board, it didn't quite be as impactful as it could be.
94.
But he got stronger in game 1. And it feels like the same thing's happening here again. Worsley getting stronger as the matches go.
45.
Yeah, average now just underneath the
100.
87 mark, 50% in terms of his doubling, 3 from 6 in this contest. I think we're beginning to learn where Robbie's level is
140.
today, because so far his average is 78.31 now, body to average up from around about 79 to 82. So I think we kind of know that he's probably going to reside in and around that low 70, that high 70, low 80s average bracket throughout the course of the day, which effectively means that he's going to get opportunities, but they're going to be sparse opportunities, and he's probably going to have to make the most of them when they do arise. But it looks like the chances for him in this game are very quickly evaporating. Worsley 6 starts from 207 to complete a 4-1 win. It will complete a second win of the day, and it will put him onto 4 points alongside Scott Baker at the top of the table.
38. 58.
So 6 darts and 169 for Worsley to bring this game to a close.
96.
Picks off a treble to leave himself on a 2 darter, 73 when he comes back.
57. John, you
It just
require
felt
73.
like things had just gone wrong for Robbie Long as the game is drawn towards a close, and it could be coming to a close here because double 8 and now double 4 is all John Worsley needs to complete a second victory of the day. He gets the better of Robbie Long by 4 legs to 1, and he joins Scott Baker on 4 points, and with a perfect start to the group. That's the turn of the tape. We're going off for a break. Keegan Brown takes a
Barry Copeland in a couple of minutes' time.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Game 6 of the session is about to get underway, and it is a meeting between Barry Copeland and Keegan Brown. Before the break, John Worsley beat Robbie Long by 4 legs to 1 to get his second win of the day. And that means that he joins Scott Baker at the top of the Group C table. Now, these two lost their opening games, and so looking to get on the board for the first time in this particular group. Alongside me, Matthew Edgar, to talk through all of the day's action. And in terms of this pair, what do you make of this one?
I think it's going to be quite an interesting one. I think both won't be happy with their performances in the opening round of fixtures.
Game on.
For Keegan Brown, we said at the start of the day that he really needed to start the day strongly. He lost 4-1 to Scott Baker. I think this is a very important game for Keegan Brown's Group C hopes. Did this before and found the maximum.
140.
But Barry Copeland, it was frustrating for him, wasn't it? Missing big numbers, not taking opportunities, but maybe just needed that game to settle.
100.
He isn't the most experienced player when it comes to playing in front of the cameras.
60.
Well, there's been some news this afternoon in regards to the World Championships at the Alexandra Palace.
140.
36 sessions of darts over 20 days at the Ali Pali this
78.
year. The action's going to kick off on Thursday, December the 11th at 7 o'clock. Double sessions pretty much every day until Christmas, barring the odd Wednesday in the middle of the programme. That'll see the first 2 rounds through, and then the last 32 will commence after Christmas, and really everything will just stay the same as usual after that. Then the final will take place on Saturday, January the 3rd. It is an 8 o'clock kickoff
29.
for the final of the 2026 Paddy Power World Darts Championship. And, well, if last season was football dartsmas, I think it's just going to be dartsmas in it this year.
Great to see. There's one thing I always think
105.
over Christmas, and that's I wish there was more sessions. Now there is.
It's like that David Mitchell
64.
sketch, isn't it?
Barry,
all
you
the
require
darts, all the
96.
time. Watch it. It's going to move. Anyway, 96 for Copeland. 81 remaining. Treble 19 would have given him a dart at double 12. So Keegan Brown back for 130 to
49.
take
Keegan, you require 130.
the opening leg of this contest.
A leg in which Keegan Brown had the throw and opened with a 140. Could end it with a 130 finish. Bullseye for Keegan. Wayward.
88. Barry, you require 47.
Copeland. These are the chances he was not taking in the opening game when he lost 4-3 to John Worsley. Tricky. Left and high.
15. Keegan, you require 42.
So 42 for Keegan, double 16. Now up for double 8.
26.
But opportunities
Barry,
are
you
being
require
spurred left,
32.
right and centre for the needle, and Copeland can take full advantage of it. 32, double 16.
$24.
And the drama
Keegan,
goes
you
on.
require 16.
And this leg goes on.
Keegan a little fortunate there that he actually went wide.
No score. Barry, you require 8.
This was always the concern, though, wasn't it, with Keegan Brown? He had to start strong, and this isn't going to be helping him out in regards to how he's going to
Game
feel
shot
about
first
the day.
leg. Barry
Having his throw
Copeland.
broken in 22 darts. But is that the G up there? We saw Barry Copeland snatch the dart
Second
out the
leg is
board.
Barry to throw
Sometimes
first.
you're
Game
just
on.
trying to calm yourself down all the time. You're trying to relax, and looks to me like Barry Copeland's one of those players that needs to play with a bit of fire in the belly.
He's certainly not daddy cool, is he,
85.
Barry Copeland? He's somebody that plays with that real air of intensity.
Not everyone plays the same way.
125.
Could you imagine Gerwyn Price just walking around the stage, taking it all in his stride? It wouldn't work.
It's a very 2020s word, but you do you. Or saying, shall I say.
95. $140.
Well, put it this way. Johan Brouwer would not be Johan Brouwer without his histrionics.
Great response this, though, isn't it, from Keegan Brown, missing those darts, having his throw broken.
84.
125 and a 140. Has essentially broke the throw here in the opening exchanges. But this is where it started to go wrong for Keegan in the last
60.
leg, when he just had to start to move around the board a little bit. It was okay playing into one concentrated area.
$60.
Again, taking the double glasses of water up there, Keegan Brown. Thirsty work playing this darts lark.
As that famous
71.
confectionery company would say, there's a glass and a half in everyone. Brown looking at 105 to level this game up at 1 apiece.
Quite like this shot, actually.
91. Keegan, you require 105.
So 105 to square this game up at 1 apiece. And perhaps it'd be ironic the fact that he was 6 darts with the opening leg, that he'd end up winning the second with a top plus checkout. But that is how weird this game can work at times. Keegan Brown couldn't hit a barn door with a banjo in the first leg, and now he's just hit a 105 checkout.
Said the same during the Scott Baker game, didn't we? It seems to be the combination shots that are working well for the players today.
83.
Good grouping. Encouraging signs.
$100.
In fact, the grouping for both is starting to improve. It's normally a sign that things are about to start to warm up.
He's beginning to get a grip, isn't he, Keegan Brown? And what I mean by that is the darts are sticking in the board in this contest, where he has had that many wibbles and wobbles that a jelly company were looking to sponsor him.
100.
Cue bouts out in this visit.
136.
But they are going in much firmer, and they're going in much straighter as well.
$100.
Both players starting to find their rhythm, starting to find the scoring boots.
77.
He's done that in the last leg as well, did Keegan Brown. 155 and pops in a bullseye. Left the 105. He took it on that occasion.
105. Keegan, you require 105.
Back-to-back 105 finishes. It'll have to be a different route. Same finishing double.
Game shot in the third leg.
Well,
Keegan
the first
Brown.
time was so nice, he just had to do it twice. 105 two ways, and Keegan Brown 2-1 up.
Fourth leg, it's Barry to throw first. Game on.
Would have been encouraging though there for Barry Copeland. He wasn't very wayward in that leg.
59.
All around the treble. Got himself down in 4 visits. But there's a focus and steeliness about Keegan Brown right now that we haven't seen for a couple of days.
Yeah, I think there's just a little bit more grip between the team. I think, yeah, as you say, a bit more focus as well. He's a very jovial character, is Keegan. Very bubbly
60.
personality. And I think maybe there was points in the group, and I know he was having struggles with various bits where maybe he was just enjoying himself a little bit too much, but there is certainly a real sense and feeling of purpose about the way he's playing at this particular moment in time.
Now averaging in the mid-80s for this game, Keegan Brown. He hasn't been there since Tuesday morning, game number 1 against Derek Coulson.
60.
And we could say potentially that was raised by the performance of Coulson. Only giving Keegan Brown 3 darts at a double in that game.
60.
Well, Barry Copeland playing better than he did in his opening defeat to Jonathan Worsley, but Keegan himself raising the levels and
59.
was looking to pick apart a treble there. Leaves himself on a finish to open up a 3-1 lead, but a big one on 1-4-2. Barry looking to leave himself on a 2-darter here.
60.
But can only muster up to 60. Is it going to be a hat-trick at 10 plus checkouts? Just kisses the other side of the wire and into the treble 3. 76 left. But he's going to leave himself double 8 if he comes back. Copeland's being forced to take out this 1-2-2. He's not up to the task of it, and so Keegan's going to come back double 8 to put himself 3-1 to the good, and then he'd have the darts in the next to complete a bit of a rout, if the truth be told. One left. Has to shuffle across. And
Game
then
shot
fire
on the fourth
home.
leg, Keegan Brown.
And then fire himself into a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg, it's Keegan to throw first. Game on. $54.
It's all in his hands now, isn't it? Keegan Brown, one leg away, and he's going to have to throw in 2 of the last 3 legs.
66.
Until now, there's not really been enough signs from Barry Copeland to suggest he can turn this one around. You feel he's relying on misses of Keegan rather than being able to find a bit of a spark.
$55.
Closing in. Maxi leads him on a finish.
$180.
Maxi leads him on a finish, and Keegan Brown has this game exactly where he wants it. Barry Copeland has just not been able to keep up with the power and prowess of the Isle of Wight ace.
82. Keegan, you require 136.
Could he wrap it up with another one? Not another one.
54.
Probably the most infamous vox pop of all time, that. Anyway, Brown looking at 82 to win the contest 4-1.
140. Keegan, you require 82.
Well, to get over the line, it's a dart at the bull.
57.
Which just clips the barrel of
Barry,
dart
you require
too.
158.
Great effort. He had a little look over to see where Copeland was, tempted to go for the treble. Giving Copeland the full respect here that he may take out the 158. Not going to go. Keegan Brown has been good on his finishes in this
Keegan, you
game.
require 25.
Just a couple of darts away.
And a couple of darts was all Keegan Brown needed to get his first win on the board. A 4-1 success against Barry Copeland. And the needle is in business. Whilst the daddy, well, that's 2 defeats and 2 for him. That the tail of the tape. Brown a 4-1 winner in our 6th contest of the morning. To the halfway point of the day we go now. And when we return after the break, Tony Sorensen takes on John Worsley. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've completed 6 games in this Group C session on this Thursday afternoon. And before the break, Keegan Brown got the better of Barry Copeland by 4 legs to 1. The top 2, as things stand, are Scott Baker and John Worsley. They've won both of their matches so far. We can confirm the table for you now. As you can see, Baker and Worsley both on 4 points. Fairly uniform so far. Sorensen and Brown with a win to their names, whilst Barry Copeland and Robbie Long, well, they're looking to pick up some wins as the day goes along. The room for manoeuvre for them is really beginning to dwindle somewhat. So next up for us, it's a meeting between Tony Sorensen and John Worsley as we reach the halfway point of the session, the middle round of the day, game number 7 between the Womble and the Tiger. Sounds like what happens when you mix 2 storybooks together, isn't it? The Wombles of Wimbledon alongside the Tiger who came to tea. But on this lunchtime feast of darts, who is going to pick the points up? Matthew Edgar.
Well, first of all, I think we read very different books growing up. Secondly, I think the way today's gone for John Worsley.
Tony to throw first. Game on.
He's started to get the results, hasn't he? The performance isn't too much different, but he's starting to win, which could give him a little bit of confidence now, and confidence is what you feel he needs. He's been in the group for the last 3 days with Tommy Sorensen, knows he can be a danger, but knows if he plays his game, he should be able to come away with the points here.
Yeah, so far today, John Worsley averages of 85 in both of his matches. Doubly much improved from Game 2 in comparison to Game 1. 4 from 12 is doubling stats in a 4-3 winnings. Barry Copeland 4 from 8 in a 4-1 success against Robbie Long in his second. As far as Tony is concerned, well, he's playing around that low to mid-80s average for both games. Actually, if you compare both players' days so far, this game could be very nip and tuck, and there may not be too much in it whatsoever.
$85. $121. $100. $98.
Well, that's an interesting switch. Let's just have a look at the scoreboard and realise the error.
100.
166 is a no finish. Very unusual. Not one of the players you'd normally expect to make one of those sort of mistakes, John Worsley.
60.
Yeah, mine went a blank for a second, and he could be punished severely for it because Sorensen's left himself on a 2 tartar. It is the Dane who has the darts in this leg.
56. John, you require 106.
On tops, if he comes back, because it has been a day for Tom Plus finishing so far. 6 over the course of the session up to press. But that doesn't impress Worsley. And so Sorensen will come back, look at a double top to take the opening leg.
Game shot the first
the
leg.
one
Tony
dart and a
Sorensen.
double. Sorensen 1 up.
A puzzling look on the face of John Worsley, but doesn't need to think too hard to know where that leg went wrong. He has been beat by Tony Sorensen already this week.
38.
Maybe those thoughts just lingering in the back of the mind, because there's a real opportunity here for Worsley to put himself in a very strong position. You're in your first 3 games of a Group C campaign. You are looking
100.
good.
Well, actually, the way the day pans out altogether, because John and Scott don't play until the final round of fixtures, if they can just hammer away for a couple more rounds, they could be into the sunset by the time they even play that game. Some would have a guarantee of completing the card and pretty much put themselves there. And if you lose that game, you're in a decent position when it comes to day 2.
100.
Pretty much put yourself there, but we've got the rule of Scott. Mitchell and Walters both falling foul to the thinking of qualification at the end of day number 1 with 10 points.
Yeah.
100.
Didn't make it through. All Mitchell had to do was just win another game of darts, and that would have been enough to have seen him over the line. But 5 defeats and 5 on the second day meant that he had his tail between his legs. And a Saturday night date with the commentary box.
7. 45.
No one's really been able to put a stamp on this contest yet. Is this the moment that Worsley makes his?
139. Tony, you require 156.
He needs himself on 120, but what can Somerson make of the 156? Well, he's not going to make a huge hole in it.
85.
Picks up a treble with the last.
120.
Leaving himself only 2 darter. But because Worsley starts sit down, 120 isn't the worst finish in the world for him. And he's got a clear sight of tops. He gets tops. He needed a spark in this game, and he's just found that spark. The 120 goes, the one ball climbs the ladder, and we are back on terms at 1 apiece. And he liked it. You can see from the facial reaction there.
Yeah, looking to start the fire. You
140.
can't start a fire, Henry, without a spark.
As Bruce Springsteen famously said. And John Worsley's on fire.
80.
And he's looking to play the whole of Group C off the park.
60.
Threatened the 9, didn't he? A little bit earlier on today, did John? Went 6 deep. He's not going to go any deeper here.
100.
I've got that song stuck in my head now.
Didn't take long.
97.
Things warming up nicely.
100. 45. John, you require 121.
Well, that slip has left Sorensen on 159, which has given Worsley 6 darts from here to get the break.
41. 97. John, you require
This
80.
to get his nose in front for the first time in this contest. Well, he went tops, he diverted wide into the double 5. Now, Sorensen's back on 62, so it's going to be the bullseye to end this combination potentially. The bullseye it is, and to be honest, he probably is preferring a poke at the ball as opposed to another one at double 5.
Game
That's
shot on the
why.
third leg. John Worsley.
Sweet as a nut. Not by design, not by convention, but it'll feel sweet
Full
all the
leg is
same for
to
John
throw
Worsley.
first. Game on.
I will go on record to say I don't think we'll ever see an 80 finish like that for the rest of the year. Double 5, 20, ball.
100.
Beautiful and a beauty ball. Worsley looking to return to the Saturday night ball here at the
100.
Super Series. He's only missed out on qualification once in his Super Series career. 8 previous appearances, 7 finals nights to his name.
100.
He is somebody who, in terms of consistent performance, you could trust to be at the thick end of things.
95.
Well, it feels more trusting as well, doesn't it, in the performance here of Tony Sorensen. Seemingly throwing a lot firmer, a lot more in control today. Averages of 84, 83, currently 85 in this one. It's a step up, and it's a consistent step up from Sorensen.
55. 100.
And yes, he's playing okay in this game, but I think it's also fair to say that when there's been push coming to shove moments in this contest, Worsley's just had that upper hand, hasn't he?
134.
Like there. Lays it down to Sorensen, makes this a big, important 3 darts.
$121. John, you
Last
require
one
112.
just leaves work to do. He may not get a chance to do the work. He shakes his head. He thinks this is going to go. It's not. He
96.
moves the wire.
Tony, you require
John Worsley.
85.
But now a lot lies on dart 1 here for Sorensen. Might just be a dart at the bullseye.
$60.
Well, Sorensen can't
John,
get
you
what
require
Worsley did in the
16.
previous leg, and now the one ball has a chance to move 2 legs clear into a 3-1 lead and be within a leg of a 3rd win to kickstart his day. Double 2.
12.
Does not go, and is this potentially a
Tony,
turning
you
point in this
require
contest?
25.
Worsley's missed a handful to go, 2 clear. Sorensen double 8.
17.
Well, this is the things that have been going
John, you
wrong for
require
Worsley
4.
so far this week. He's been in these situations, chances where he can just run away with the game, open up a gap. It
Game
hasn't
shot,
worked.
fourth
He's got a
leg, John
second
Worsley.
chance on this occasion, and he's cashed it in. Tony Sorensen shakes his head in disappointment.
leg,
He's
it's
got a
Tony
right
to
to
throw
feel a little bit
first. Game on.
aggrieved right now, being 3-1 down. But Worsley, with everything considered, is a leg away from winning the match and keeping this perfect run
140.
going. Maybe he'll feel like this is just rewards. Just what he deserves after coming up very short-changed in Group 8.
50.
Favourite to win the group before a dart was thrown, Worsley, 2-1. This was the biggest
140.
outsider of them all before a dart was thrown. Certainly making that 11-1 look a little silly, isn't he? Tony Sorensen playing some good darts.
81.
Playing good darts, but he'll be the first to admit he's not getting the results right now. But he may force Worsley to serve it out in the next, because he's having a very strong leg on throw.
140.
Down to 81 after just 9.
Not much you can do about that. Just got to keep the mind focused, keep it sharp. You know you've got to throw in the next leg, and that's where you need to
140.
just make sure
Tony,
you
you
don't
require
switch off.
81.
Can't just turn it off and on.
Well, treble 7 was a bit of a happy accident.
41.
He's going to come back for 3 more at tops. Worsley, I think, almost ready to, well, not concede the leg, but ready to go again in the next.
$36. Tony, you require 40.
Tops to bring it back to 3-2.
No score.
Doesn't go, but Worsley's nowhere to be seen.
$82.
Gets him within
Tony,
range.
you require 40.
Big last dart there, just taps Sorensen on the shoulder. Oh, could be a little tricky.
Game shot in the 5th leg. Tony Sorensen.
That's a good dart. A little shuffle over to the left-hand side there, just gave him the angle.
6th leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
But this is the leg you feel if Worsley's going to win this, it needs to be here. Especially due to what's been happening to him in his Group A campaign, where he
97.
was sort of leading games and not cashing in these sort of opportunities. You sort of feel that he needs Sorensen to have a couple of dry visits,
100.
because Sorensen's been very consistent. 9 scores of a ton or more and 4 140s.
100. $60.
That could be the one. That could be the one that gives a little bit of a cushion here to Worsley. Provided he can find the treble himself. Finds it. And this is where the gap could start to appear.
85. $100.
Worsley is
59.
edging towards the line.
Oh, really lunged at that one. He's forcing.
45. John,
Tried to make it happen there. Tried to push the issue. It's one of those things where you just got to try and not try, essentially. Just let it flow. The harder you try, the worse it tends to get.
60.
Well, what pressure could Sorensen apply? He's a treble, leave himself on a 2-darter. Can he find it with his last dart? No, is the answer. And John Worsley, you sense, has got a bit of breathing space to get this game wrapped up. He's got 2 darts at double top. To win it with a ton top and to win it with his second ton plus check out of the match. And that is 3 wins out of 3 for John Worsley in this group. That the tail of the tape, a 4-2 win for Worsley. Baker Copeland's next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, John Worsley got the better of Tony Sorensen by 4 legs to 2.
Okay, so that was John Worsley 4-2 before the break against Tony Sorensen. As we move our attention now to Scott Baker taking on Barry Copeland. Scott Baker's had a perfect start to the day, but he's going to be looking to keep pace with that of John Worsley. John Worsley completing the hat-trick of victories, Copeland, Long and Sorensen. But Baker as being your standout performer of the day when it comes to the levels.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
He has played on the BDO, the WDF circuit. Scott Baker will know that Barry Copeland's a lot better player than what we've seen so far today. But every game so far today, Scott Baker has kicked off with a max. Henry Deacon, are you back with us?
Oh, I had a moment. I apologise, everybody.
What happened? Like,
I don't know why. I just lost all composure for about 30 seconds. I started spluttering, and once I spluttered, I started laughing. I don't know why.
Nor does anybody.
Does anyone know where Chris Murphy is?
140.
I might need him in a second.
$95.
Scott Baker knows where the winner's enclosure is. That's the main thing at the moment. That's the big story. As we mentioned in the previous game, he wouldn't play John Worsley, the other player who's been picking up wins throughout the day, until the very last game. They could put themselves in a very strong position.
Scott, you require 126.
Barry Copeland's third game of the day, lost 4-3 to John Worsley, 4-1 to Keegan Brown. Hasn't quite found his levels yet. Until now.
129.
Potential 12 dart breaker throw there on the offing for Copeland. Instead, Baker looking for a hold.
Game shot in the first leg, Scott Baker.
Good leg. Encouraging signs as well for supporters and for Barry Copeland.
Second leg, it's Barry to throw first. Game on.
There's a lot of badges on that case, isn't there? Just looking at that there for Scott Baker. I remember in the past when you played your local leagues, you'd get like a badge for it in a 180. Maybe he's
45.
He's got a few of those on there. That is absolutely stacked.
Yeah, a lot of pin badges, isn't there, on there? I know there's players nowadays that when they play in a competition, obviously you get sponsors patches that you have to wear for commercial reasons. A lot of players now that when they come back from said tournaments, they'll actually put the stickers, won't they, on their practice board or whatever, and just have like a revolving door of patches.
Suitcases as well seems to be one that gets covered. Easier to spot it in the airport, you say?
Yeah, but the luggage has to arrive first. A couple of players last weekend on the European Tour were struggling with their luggage.
100.
It's always Chris Dobie, isn't it? Every time.
He either has a mate who works at an airport and is winding him up, or he's either had a severe grievance with somebody at an airport and has decided to leave his luggage at home.
Same outcome, to wind him up.
Yep.
60.
Copeland not quite keeping the same pace he had in leg number 1.
140.
Baker trying to make a move on the Copeland throw. Can just rattle through legs really quickly, can't he, Scott Baker?
3 minutes 15 seconds this game so far.
52.
This is the problem for Copeland, isn't it? Far too many visits like that where he just comes up without a treble, comes up dry, and that,
60.
for a player playing here at the Super Series, is an invitation. Trebleless visits will be pounced upon.
Yeah, Copeland isn't coping at this present moment in time, and Scott Baker has a chance to
44.
really
Scott, you require
extenuate his
138.
lead in this game. With yet another Tumpar checker, but the 138 isn't going to join the 116, the 156, and the 110. Neither is the 142 to the catalogue. So Baker here looking at tops to
Scott, you require 40.
double his lead to 2-0.
Game shot in the
Double
second
his
leg.
lead
Scott
to
Baker.
2-0 he will.
Third leg, it's Scott
Well,
to
you can
throw
see
first.
some of those badges there
Game
on
on.
his darts case. Very much a collector, it seems.
100.
I think I've got a little bit of an attachment to Copeland, though, because his name's very, very similar to a bakery I grew up near, which was had an extra O in it, Copeland. And they used to make the most amazing chocolate concrete.
60.
Cool story, that.
Useless fact of the day, number 1.
Yep, we've quickly followed up by
100.
another. Actually, I'll tell you what we haven't done yet today. The tungsten teaser.
There's a reason for that.
Would you like to know today's tungsten teaser?
60.
We're in another one of those situations, aren't we, where regardless of what I say, you're going to do it anyway.
100%. So, today's tungsten teaser is this.
83.
The World Match Play gets underway on Saturday afternoon, or Saturday night at the Winter Gardens in Blackpool. How many players have played 50 or more matches on the iconic Winter Gardens stage? As Copeland piles in his first max of the contest.
His first max of the day.
60.
Certainly playing well on the Baker throw.
$105.
Playing with a little
Scott,
bit
you
more
require
fluency as well,
158.
isn't he? Maybe being a bit too deliberate in those opening couple of games.
Well, 93 remaining for Baker. Copeland will come back looking at
84.
96 to
Barry, you require 96.
break back, return the game to 2-1. Will stay there, you'd think. And that's exactly what he did to no avail. And so Baker
56.
will return for
Scott, you require
74 to put
74.
himself 3-0 to the good and to put him within a leg of a third win and a third comprehensive win.
49.
But the bullseye doesn't go.
Barry, you require 40.
And so Copeland stays at tops. Copeland
Game shot
gets
in the third
tops.
leg. Barry
Gets herself
Copeland.
back into the game at 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Barry to throw first. Game on.
And that there is a moment that will annoy Scott Baker. Not just because he's lost a leg, but because he's lost the
52.
leg after breaking the throw in the previous.
$45. $35.
There's always a few edgy moments in games like this. Where for Copeland, if he's got much hopes of getting through
99.
this group, he's going to have to pick up a win here. Can't afford to lose your first 3 games and have too many genuine aspirations.
The rule of 3 is your rule of thumb, isn't it?
You have to be perfect from here, yeah, to get 14 points. But
125.
problem is, there's some big hitters in this group.
Well, we said earlier on this morning that we thought that this is
60.
going to be a really tight group, but there could be a possibility in a couple of games' time that Worsley and Baker run away with things. How wrong we could be.
100.
But Copeland is just beginning to find somewhat of a revival in this contest, just beginning to up the level a little bit. Just as Baker's just put his foot off the gas a little.
59.
Yeah, and just starting to look a little bit reactive as well, isn't he, Scott Baker? You're starting to see the disappointment, the reactions, the frustrations.
140.
Barry Copeland starting to find his best darts of the day.
45.
Just
Barry,
injecting
you
a little bit
require
of zip
49.
into things as well as Barry Copeland. And in as quick a time as he found himself 2 behind, he could find himself back level at 2-2.
17.
And those misses at double 16 at the moment are irrelevant because he's going to have 3 more.
59.
And Baker
Barry, you
really
require
got off the ball
32.
here.
Yeah, 5 visits now with no trebles.
Game shot in the 4th leg. Barry
Barry
Copeland.
Copeland says thank you very much. We're now in a best of 3. However, Baker still has the advantage
5th leg,
of the
it's
throw.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
I'd love to see this first dart just go in the treble 20.
Well, the turning point in this game was when Baker missed those darts of 3-0.
50.
Looked very good at that point. Copeland pinched that leg. And all of a sudden, it's as if everything has just seesawed in a different direction.
140.
Copeland's the better player right now. It's as simple as that. So I suppose this is the other thing that's attached with pacey players like Scott. When the going's good, is very good, but things can also change very quickly.
I mean, we're talking 21 darts now without a treble. I have no answers.
100. $85.
He ends that drought, but purely just to cling on here, he's in trouble. And the body language not good right now. All things that Barry Copeland will be seeing unfold in
82.
front of him as he's starting to find a bit of consistency.
60.
I don't think I've ever seen an unravelling like this so quick before.
And particularly not for a player like Scott Baker, who we kind of see what we get from him. Yes, he's got a very high level, but if we be honest, we've never really seen him
137.
play and have that real poor game that sometimes you can see from Will Peaty plays. It's almost a minimum level required that you see from him, and perhaps the first time here it's just
Barry, you require
stooping below
42.
it. I mean, his average is nosedive, the best part of 15 points from leg 2. Well, that was not intentional. But he'll take it nonetheless.
Game shot in the 5th leg. Barry Copeland.
Double 6 off the back of a 42 for a 14 dart leg. Don't think you'll see that again, folks. 3-2 Copeland.
6th leg, it's Barry to throw first.
2-0
Game on.
behind and seemingly all at sea. He now has the darts in his hand to seal a 4-2 win, to get his first win of the group, and it would leave Scott Baker scratching his head.
100.
I think it's leaving us all scratching our head.
$180.
And then all of a sudden he can just go and plonk 3 in like that.
I think that makes me scratch my head even more. What a bizarre game of darts. Isn't that why we love this sport?
100.
Well, it's a typification as to its complexities, isn't it?
97.
And as quickly as you think Scott Baker's in the mud a little bit here, the mod could find himself back level at 3 apiece. And then suddenly have the darts to win the game.
100.
Copeland cannot find that second treble he needed to leave himself on a finish. So Baker's got 6 here from 2-2-4 to level up.
55.
Oh, Wayward with a last. That means he's on no finish. Barry Copeland guaranteed now 6 darts at the 201. He's hoping to find a treble with this one, which allowed him to go to the bullseye. Instead, can leave himself on a 3-darter and does. He's on for the very, very rare 5-ton leg.
137.
Red pen leg, which
Barry,
should
you
leave him
require
his first 2 points
101.
of the board. But he's being forced to take this out because Baker's left himself on a double after a dozen. But Copeland looking at 101 to win it. But he's missed the big number. And has he missed a big trick as a result?
39 left.
Well, one thing he's done is he's just relieved a little bit of the anxiety of Scott Baker because
85.
he doesn't have to stand
Scott,
and
you
wait for that
require
last dart.
32.
He's allowed a little bit of time to prepare himself here for this double 16. It's a while since Baker's been throwing out a double.
No score.
Them darts would suggest the
Barry
same.
requires 16.
Well, Barry Copeland at 2-0 down looked a bystander in this game. Oh, that's gone inside the single 8.
No score.
And that's flown high.
Scott,
I tell you
require
what, when that
32.
second dart was thrown, I think for a second both of us looked at each other and thought that was
Game
in.
shot on the sixth
But
leg, Scott
Baker's
Baker.
going to take us the distance in this game. I was almost ready to call the game there because that looked as if it was in.
7th and final leg, it's
The angle
Scott
of
to
the
throw
entry of the
first.
dart, isn't it? It can just be a little bit misleading. But Baker now with the throw will be praying to find a couple of trebles. Something just to settle him into the leg. Knows he's got away with one here.
100.
But these can tend to be the games that you look back on and go, I dug myself out of that situation. That's what got me through to Saturday night. But he's not out of the waters
140.
yet. This is good from Barry Copeland. Average just under 90.
This has been such a strange game, and all of a sudden it's then fallen apart
70.
again for Baker. Yes, he's picked off a treble with the last dart, but it has been all or nothing for him in this contest.
Barry Copeland all of a sudden looking quite reliable.
94.
74, 81 the averages in the first 2 games for Barry Copeland. Significant step up. Really settling into the task.
55.
Well, if you look at levels of performance, these two have kind of traded places in this game.
And again, that opening dart, that'll be what's giving him the confidence right now. Just takes the pressure out of the throw.
100.
It's down to a finish, and if Baker wants to be down to a finish, you're going to have to find a couple of trebles here. One will not be enough.
140. Barry,
He
you require
finds that second treble
167.
that you prescribed for him. Is Copeland going to win it with a 167? No, he's not. Baker back for 136.
97.
But he has been the king of the
Scott,
big
you require
finishes so far today.
136.
3 ton plus checkout to his collection. And he desperately needs one here. And he's not going to find it. Copeland back with more match darts.
96. Barry, you require 70.
Missed 3 in the previous leg. Should get one more. Will get one more at double 16.
54.
He's now missed darts to win this game
Scott, you
in 2
require
consecutive
40.
legs. Scott Baker went 2-0 up. He went 3-2 down. He went awash for a few legs. And he's
20.
missed match darts himself
Barry, you require
incredibly.
16.
A resigned look on his face. But is he going to come back for more? No,
Game
he's
shot
not.
And the match, Barry Copeland.
Because that roar for Barry Copeland tells you that he's won his first game. And he's got himself into position in this Group C. And he has denied Scott Baker the perfect day. And he's just put himself back into the mix somewhat. Copeland 4, Baker 3, Long Brown next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the Oki with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Barry Copeland got the better of Scott Baker by 4 legs to 3. Game number 9 of our session is a meeting between Robbie Long and Keegan Brown, as far as these two are concerned. Robbie, the only player yet to pick up a first win. That was after Barry Copeland's victory, as I say, before the break. As Keegan Brown can join a posse of players on 4 points in the group. He can join Scott Baker on that particular mark, chasing down the tail of John Worsley.
First leg is
at
Robbie
the
to throw first.
top of the pile.
Game on.
As far as Robbie's concerned today, we kind of know where his level resides. It's a high 70s, low 80s average.
81.
Whereas for Keegan, there's been patches of good stuff without there being any kind of consistent stuff.
58.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think what's open now is that win for Barry Copeland's really opened the door, because there was a genuine threat here that Baker and Worsley was going to run away with things. But now, Keegan Brown, a victory here, puts him into contention. We'll draw him alongside Scott Baker. So we're getting into the real meat of this group now, where we're going to start to decide the destiny of players. Are they battling for places, or are they battling for prizes?
34.
Well, Keegan Brown, you sense, is a player that isn't turning up for position. He isn't turning up to earn a couple of £100 and have a decent week here.
96.
He's somebody that really should be targeting something like this, shouldn't he?
Oh, absolutely. Certainly if he's got the goals and aspirations, we know he has. He wants to go back to the Pro Tour. He wants to have his tour card back again one day.
140.
And if he wants to really sort of back up that belief and give himself a bit of confidence so it's more than just a hope,
140.
he needs to be challenging for titles here at the Super Series.
However, if he doesn't qualify, I'm going to have the night off, and Keegan can sit next to you.
95. Keegan, you
In some
require
ways,
110.
we've seen players do the whole comms box thing and actually inspire them to play better again. We saw Devon Peterson, didn't we, do some commentary for Sky, and
69.
then actually doing it just
Robbie, you require
kick-started his
110.
career for a couple of years, didn't it? Scott Mitchell actually had a lot of success while sitting in the comms box, and Robbie Long has got success at the 110. That's his second topper of the day. He actually kick-started his day with a 103.
Second leg is Keegan to
he's
throw
kick-started
first.
this one with
Game
a
on.
110.
177. $60. 58. 57. 180.
Well, that for Keegan. And Max Rich could well get himself back into the contest on for a potential 11 darter here.
46. Keegan, you require 86.
He was hit by the Todd Topper in leg one, but there's absolutely nothing that Robbie Long can do about this.
54.
Tops left after 12, and he's 306 points in front prior to that dart.
93. Keegan, you require 32. Game shot in the
13
second leg.
darter.
Keegan
And
Brown.
this is probably what's been a bit of a head scratcher for Keegan because he's had legs like that today.
Third
but
leg, it's Robbie to throw first.
It's just
Game
not
on.
happened on as consistent a scale as he would want.
$60.
Do you want to know why you shouldn't use AI in this world?
52.
Because I've just gone into AI, right, to have a look for some puns around the word long. You did one earlier, didn't you? A long shot to it. I thought, I want some of my own. I'm going to see what AI comes up with. Let me tell you what it's came up with when I put in long puns. It's gave me this. A guy sees a sign outside a house. Talking dog for sale, $10.
99.
He knocks and he asks to see the dog. The guy asks the dog, can you talk? Yep, says the dog. What's your story? Well, the dog says, I discovered my gift when I was young. I worked for the CIA, I eavesdropped on world leaders, saved countless lives.
123.
Now I'm retired and just chill in this yard. Amazed, the guy goes back to the owner. Why are you selling this dog for only $10? The owner replies,
57.
because he's a liar. He didn't do any of that stuff. Welcome to AI.
Well, that's a minute of my life I'm never going to get back.
I only wanted like a long shot or something like
60.
that. I ended up with that.
I just wish you'd just cut to the long and short of it.
See, that's more what I wanted.
See, you don't need
99.
ChatGPT. Just ask me. I'll give you all the puns around here.
I guarantee you, though, someone's going to be going in their local tonight and telling that joke about the talking dog for sale.
60.
Unfortunately, I've got plenty more. It's loads.
134. Robbie, you require 151.
So 151 for long. Is it going to be taken so Brown to get his nose in
57.
front, looking at
Keegan, you
60 for the
require
break and a
60.
2-1 lead. 15. Leave said tops.
Game
Get
shot in
said
the third
tops.
leg. Keegan Brown.
Just beginning to find his mojo a little bit now is Keegan Brown.
Fourth leg, it's Robbie to throw first. Oh, sorry, it's Keegan to throw first. Game on.
Feeling an important game, this one, for Robbie. It'll be a long way back if he is to lose his opening three fixtures. That's 4-1 to Tony
100.
Sorensen, 4-1 to John Worsley. Well, he's got his one. Looking for a little bit more.
125.
Ironically, at the start, we dubbed this the Bounce Out Derby. I've had none of that so far. Keegan, not really having
121.
the same issues he's had the first couple of days in regards to the darts being rejected by the board.
60.
Well, I can't remember a bounce out yet in this game. Yeah, this is much better from Keegan.
140.
And you can always tell because that first dart hits central in the bed if he's playing well. Averaging just under a ton.
54.
Best performance by a
Keegan, you
long
require
shot this
140.
week. Treble 16, leads himself the double.
Game shot in the fourth
This
there,
is
Keegan
beautiful
Brown.
from Keegan Brown. Much more
Fifth
like
leg
it
is
from
Robbie
the
to
former
throw
World
first.
Youth Champion.
Game on.
And he really is hitting his stride right now.
13 darter, a 12 darter.
93.
2 glasses of water, 3 legs on the board. The numbers are adding up.
I tell you what is quite interesting when you have a look at Keegan's end to the day,
57.
because he takes on Tony Sorensen and John Worsley. If he can win this one and rattle off the last couple, he'd be on 8 points, and John Worsley's best case scenario would be 8 points. And he really could open things up for himself and perhaps for others.
140.
Average in excess of 101 right now, 101.25. And Robbie Long is just seemingly, well, I'd say prior to that visit, was playing the role of spectator, but giving credit, he's digging his heels in, he's digging in, but he's just not getting much by way of change at this present moment in
60.
time.
Robbie, you require 145.
But he could do here.
$97. 137.
But
Robbie, you
now,
require
under
48.
severe pressure to take out this 48, because Keegan's already shown that anything ton plus is
Game
within
shot on
range.
the fifth
And to
leg,
Robbie's
Robbie
credit, he
Long.
does. He had to win that leg in 14 darts just to stop the Keegan Brown counter
Sixth
attack.
leg, it's Keegan to
Back
throw
the game
first.
goes to
Game on.
3-2, and Keegan with the darts now to get over the line. This is by far his best scoring game of the week.
Best game full stop. Look at the average, 104.26. This is top level vintage Keegan Brown.
Well, you said that Keegan Brown needed to find the spark, and it's fair to say the blue touch paper is well and truly lit.
59.
And he very much is licking his lips now, is Keegan Brown. Those are checkouts. Not seen a dart missed at a double in this
140.
contest yet. But it looks like Keegan is going to put the hammer down.
140.
140 leaves himself on 122. Robbie needs a max just to leave himself on a finish.
140. Keegan, you require 122.
Didn't have to chase the 18s. Isn't going to chase the 18s. But what he is going to do is leave himself on a double after a
90.
dozen again. And he hasn't missed one at the outer ring yet. Average just under 104. Best performance of the week. Keegan Brown,
122.
who at times has had his struggles,
Keegan, you require 32.
is perhaps rediscovering that touch. But he may be forced to go all the way to a
24.
last leg decider. And as well as
Robbie, you
Keegan's
require
played in this game,
61.
you've got to give credit to Robbie Long, who has stuck with him as well as he possibly can. And he's going to get a dart to take us all the way.
41.
But double top doesn't correlate.
Keegan, you require 8.
And so Keegan Brown returns for double 4.
Game shot and the match.
It's a 4-2
Keegan
win
Brown.
for Keegan Brown. The average in the end just underneath the ton, but that is his best performance of the week. And the best performance of the week by a margin. The doubling at times was exemplary. The scoring power at times. 3 treble scores in that match. 6 2-treble scores in that game. Brown a 4-2 winner against Robbie Long. That ends the third round of fixtures. And when we return after these commercial messages, we're going to watch Jonathan Worsley up against Scott Baker.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanese!
beautiful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
He is 1/3 of the ball hitters with over 37,000 YouTube subscribers.
Double stand now. This combination finishing has been superb today. Ollie Howard. A little bit more personal than just a camera on a board. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Our first influencer 180 of the day goes to Ollie Howard. Yeah, for them to come out fighting. Ollie Howard, that is superb.
Would you please show your support for the Red Dragon Modus Super Series Influencers Dart Showdown Champion, Ollie Howard!
Week 10 gets underway on Monday. The reigning ADC Global Champion, Devon Peterson, is going to be back in action. And I'll tell you who I am really looking forward to seeing next week. I don't know about you, Matt, but first look of Boris Kirchmar, the Croat here at the Live Lounge in 2025. And what a season he's having without a tour card. Group B, Mason Whitlock, Steve Hine and Mike Gillette, the best a man can get. And then in Group C, Richard McKee had a good time of it, didn't he, the last time he was here, getting through to a semi-final. Ollie Howard is going to be in there as well, part of the Bull Hitters team. And Oliver King is also going to be in action. So we're going to get underway with that. It's at 9:30 on Monday morning for Week 10 of Series 11 here at the Modus Super Series. Anyway, back to the darts here and now. Before the break, Keegan Brown got the better of Robbie Long by 4-2. And as you can see with the results in that last round of fixtures, things have got very interesting. John Worsley, 3 wins from 3, shall I say. Scott Baker lost his first match last time out to Barry Copeland. And so consequently, the league table looks as follows. John Worsley, top of the table with an unbeaten and unblemished record. Scott Baker and Keegan Brown, both with 2 wins out of 2. Keegan Brown has just slowly snuck up underneath the radar. Sorensen, Copeland and Long are the bottom 3. Right, let's get into the action now then, shall we? Because John Worsley and Scott Baker go head-to-head in game number 10 of the session here. John wins this. He is in an incredibly good position. An overnight unassailability of a position. For Scott Baker, he had a wobble, didn't he? An uncharacteristic wobble in the middle of his match against Barry Copeland. Tried his best to try and recover from it, but was unable to do so. What do you reckon happens here? Because John Worsley's not playing the best darts of everybody, but he's playing the most consistent darts of everybody.
First leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
The big thing here is how does Scott Baker react? He was 2-0 up in the last game against Barry Copeland, cruising. Ended up losing it 4-3, mismatched darts. He went over 21 darts without finding a treble in the mid part of the game. Started to look
94.
a little bit dejected in that game. Would have no doubt been frustrated. And for the first time in a match, Scott Baker doesn't kick off with a maximum, but instantly better. He was really struggling with darts going into 5. He became very, very aware of that. Was it a blip? We will find out over the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Well, no, Scott Baker, probably less than that. There's the first of 2 sessions that we are bringing to you today. We're going to be back with Group B. That's going to be later on tonight from 10 p.m. here on Pluto TV.
100.
So we're going to see Steve West, Andreas Harrison, alongside the 2 Kevs, Edwards and Painter.
60.
And we will also see Tommy Lishman in action here at the Live Lounge again. Good 2025 he's had.
43. 45. 80 scored. 99. 58. John, you require 82.
82 for Worsley to take this opening leg. He's going to have a dart, a double top.
42.
Bings the
Scott, you
wire.
require 138.
So Baker 138. Doesn't go. In fact, actually, just a fun
60.
fact for you. This is the
John, you
first game that
require
Scott Baker's
40.
not kicked off for 180.
Game shot in
Worsley
the first
fires double
leg.
10
John
and
Worsley.
leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Good
Game
lineup
on.
this evening, isn't it? From 10 o'clock, that one. I think that group, though, I think we're going to get a bit of separation
81.
there. What we're watching right now with Group C, I think we're going to see it played right to the wire. Certainly how Keegan Brown started playing. Tony Sorensen playing much better today. We just saw Barry Copeland turn up in the last game as
57.
well. I think things are going to get very tight and congested here.
125. 123. 85.
Of course, big day of sport in the United Kingdom. The Open Championship Golf got underway at Royal Portrush. Roy McIlroy's about to
60.
tee off. England's Matt Fitzpatrick leading 4 under par. Of course, the Lionesses take on
140.
Sweden tonight at the Women's Euros. Really good game yesterday between Norway and Italy in the first quarter-final of that particular tournament.
$83. Scott, you require 70.
Baker looking at 70. Now looking at tops. Gets
Game
tops.
shot in the second leg.
Levels up.
Scott Baker.
One apiece.
Third leg, it's John to throw first. Game on. $24. $81. $80.
I see yesterday there was some further traction in terms of the ADC Global Championship. I believe the PR rounds are beginning to go up a little bit more ahead of that tournament. New website being created, new
100.
social media feeds being created for the competition come the end of the year.
140.
Should be a very, very good competition come the end of 2025. Devon Peterson looking to retain the title that he won last
40.
year. Beat
Scott,
Adam
you require
Lipscomb 9-3 in the
140.
final. Average of 98.45 in that final against the baby boy.
25.
And would I be right now in saying the second biggest prize outside of the PDC?
Biggest now, 60k.
Yeah. Well, the second biggest prize. I know what I meant.
I know what you meant. Prize pot,
99.
didn't you? Yeah, yeah.
Scott, you require 115. $59. John, you require 158.
Oh, hold on. Oh, that looked inviting, didn't it? Scott Baker.
92. Scott, you require
who you
56.
may say kind of threw the last game away.
Game
Not
shot
throwing
in the
this
third
one away,
leg.
is he?
Scott Baker.
Serving it up to the man at the top of the table.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
2-1 to Baker in this game. As I say, yeah, the full wheels are in motion
100.
now for this Global Championship at the end of the year. New website being created for it. Big bit of publicity being made ahead of the tournament. The second edition of the event, as I say,
92.
won by Dev last year. And actually, if you listen along to his Tungsten talk, which I'm sure will be available in the next few days,
180.
as Baker finds her 180 there, you'll be able to listen and hear what this actually means to him. The
55.
winning of that prestigious title. And of course, after we're done, more
100.
darts on Pluto TV. You'll be able to watch or look back at the most iconic Modus Super Series moments
95. Scott, you require
with Glenn Durrington,
121.
Paul Nicholson. That'll be following the culmination of the live darts this afternoon. And after that, we've got a full session replay from Women's Week 4 for you before we get underway
85.
tonight at 10. Well, this has got Baker, really good leg, leaving himself on
125. Scott, you
double
require
18 after
36.
just a dozen darts. Is it going to be a Baker's dozen and
Game
a
shot in
13
the fourth
darter
leg,
to move
Scott
3-1 to the
Baker.
good? Yes, it is.
You can cross that one off your notes now. You've got it in.
I have not got it
Fifth
on my
leg is
notes.
John to throw first.
Worryingly, I make these up as I go along. I was actually taught a lesson once upon a time by a commentator much more senior than me.
86.
And the said commentator is going to remain nameless, but you would have seen him on some major TV
100.
broadcasts. Said, never anticipate anything that happens from the first whistle to last. So never script it. And that is a lesson and a rule of thumb that I will forever live by.
Who said that?
As I say, said person will remain nameless. Probably because they don't want to be associated with me.
Makes sense.
96.
Is that why we always have to sit at the back of that restaurant?
42.
Well, the concern here was how will Baker respond to what was a very disappointing match number 3, where the reaction is actually he's playing the best performance we've seen of him so far today. He stepped it up.
$54. $60. $81.
Well, Baker be hoping 6 darts from here should be enough to win the game, but we saw this, didn't we, in the middle portion of his match against Barry Copeland, visits like that, and it's just beginning to get under his skin, and you can understand why.
It's happening again, isn't it? 3 visits in a row now without a treble, not really looking too threatening, starting to get a little bit wayward. Seems to be when he gets control. Maybe not enjoying being a bit of a front runner right now.
100. John, you require 110.
The mind can skip ahead. May stay there, that's inviting. Just caught the flight on the way in. Baker, though,
60.
for a chance to join John Worsley on 6 points. In fact, would jump John Worsley in the table.
Hasn't missed a dart at a double yet in this contest. And he's not going to miss a dart at a double at all. 4 out of 4 on the finishing for Scott Baker. And we asked the question, how is he going to respond for the setback against Barry Copeland? Well, in the famous words of Chris Mason, setbacks make for get-backs. And Baker does get back, and he keeps John Worsley on 6 points. And the mod moves back to the top. Brown Sorensen comes next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20, he went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes going to be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to Pluto TV's continuing coverage of the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Scott Baker get the better of John Worsley by 4 legs to 1. 5 more games to go on this Thursday afternoon, but fear not, we've got 10 more for you tonight in Group B from 10 o'clock until roughly 2 a.m. the transmission time this evening. Next up for us, Tony Sorensen takes on Keegan Brown. It's a meeting between the Tiger and the Needle. Totally
First leg
normal
is Keegan
sport.
to throw first. Game on.
Never did I think when I studied sports journalism when I ever thought I'd open up a meeting or a
51.
sports match between the Tiger and the Needle.
$60.
I'm just impressed that you thought beyond opening up a game.
But Keegan Brown really did turn up the ante, didn't he, in
41.
his last game against Robbie Long. 4-2 win, average just under a ton, 4 from 6 at his doubles. 3 ton plus checkouts for the day, including a 140 in that particular
140.
contest. But Tony Sorensen has been playing the type of darts that if Keegan just comes off the boil a little bit, could find himself susceptible.
140.
I was really impressed in that last game, though, by Keegan Brown. Great performance, 140 finish, average over 100 for the majority of the game. Didn't see the 100 out, but some
140.
very encouraging signs. For Sorensen, you feel this has to be a win.
139. Tony, you
Can't
require
really be anything
161.
but. He's played better. He's played well. But he's only got 2 points on the board.
65.
If he
Keegan, you
wants to
require
get through
130.
and give himself a chance at playing on Saturday night on debut. This has to be a win.
Yeah, that
65.
wiggle room is just
Tony, you
beginning
require
to evaporate
96.
for the Great Dane. Try to persevere a
60.
way through to the
Keegan, you
treble, was
require
unable to do so.
65.
So Keegan is back for 65 to take the opening leg of this contest. Double top is what he wants.
Game
Double
shot
top
the
is
first
what he
leg,
gets, and
Keegan Brown.
Keegan Brown goes 1 up in this game.
Second leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on. $95. $139.
Incidentally, have you got any closer to the answer for the day's tungsten teaser, or the first of today's tungsten teasers as a double session day?
Remind me of the question.
140.
How many players have played more than 50 games of the World Match Play?
7.
Incorrect.
96.
Also incorrect.
3.
Correct. And I can tell you the 3, and I can tell you how many games they've played at the World
85.
Match Play.
Phil Taylor, James Wade, Michael Van Gerwen.
Correct. Phil Taylor played
96.
107 games at the World Match Play. James Wade, second place with 61, and Michael Van Gerwen breached the 50 mark in last year's competition. Adrian Lewis had 46, when he back to 45. Priestley 44. The next closest on that particular list.
Too easy, Henry.
134. Tony, you
It's all
require
right.
81.
Tonight's will be tougher. But you can't wait. Sorensen. Not waiting
shot
around
the
to
second
level this
leg.
game
Tony
up at one
Sorensen.
apiece.
Third leg, it's Keegan to throw first. Game on. $43. $77. $60. $100. $140. $59.
Oh, I tell you what, I don't know what happened there, but Keegan, the dart dropped on the floor, and then he's just waved his hand out as if he's in a little bit of
140.
discomfort there.
Just trying to get the feeling into the hand. That's the issues which Keegan Brown is facing at the moment, certainly with the passing and the...
134. Keegan, you require 118.
Transition, that's the word. Just got completely mind frozen there with that word. Transition.
50.
The transition of the
Tony, you
dart
require
from the hand.
131.
Kept thinking transport.
I suppose it kind of is transporting hand to hand, the darts. when you-
43.
It is,
Keegan, you
but it
require
didn't quite
68.
fit with the sentence, I don't think. Transition suits it much more.
I was trying to bail you out.
Oh no, I'll take that one on the chins.
Game shot in the third leg. Keegan
2-1
Brown.
to Keegan Brown. The double four goes, and the needle gets himself in front. Good game,
Fourth
this.
leg,
Both
it's
players
Tony
averaging
to throw
91 after
first.
3
Game
legs.
And there goes the glass of water. He loves a good glass of water, doesn't he, Keegan Brown?
55.
Remind me not to play any 50-50 games with Keegan. If Keegan Brown was
100.
to be sat here, what would he be saying?
60.
I'm guessing he'd be quite confused in the fact that there's a Keegan Brown sat here and one on the
100.
stage as well.
That is also a very good point.
I'm guessing it'd be more freaked out than
100.
anything productive.
Oh,
Oh, he's warming up again now, isn't he, Keegan Brown? Average goes up to 97. This is good.
100. Keegan, you require 121.
Didn't like that dart, did he?
89.
Didn't quite come out the hand right, but the damage has been done. 12 darts thrown. He's on the double.
100. Keegan,
Break
you
of
require
throw in
32.
the offing. Inviting. That's a great dart. That not so. Makes this one a little bit more 50-50.
No score. Tony, you require
Well, he rolled the
86.
dice and it didn't come up. All snakes. Double 16. Can Sorensen pounce?
Game
The
shot on the
Tiger
fourth leg,
claws
Tony
this game
Sorensen.
back 2-2. Good game,
Fifth leg,
this.
it's Keegan to throw first.
Type of game
up.
you wouldn't mind going all the way.
$100. $81. $60. $85. $39. $81. $126.
Well, these gears really are beginning to be motored through by Keegan.
60.
He's just leaving Sorensen alive. It's always a dangerous thing, especially when Sorensen is playing the significant improved level of
32.
performance that he is today.
$100.
Picks off a
Keegan,
trouble with
you
the last,
require
leaving himself on a 2
144.
darter, but Keegan isn't going to find the 144.
52. Tony, you require 94. $62 left.
Well, picks off that
62.
treble
Keegan, you require
with
92.
the last dart. Brown heads bullseye first on 92. Gonna get a dart in his hand, a double 8. Needs the
Game
double
shot on
8,
the
gets
fifth
the
there,
double 8,
Keegan Brown.
and moves 3-2 in front.
That was an important shot and an important time there for Keegan
Sixth leg,
Brown.
it's
Tony
Tony to throw
Sorensen ready to
first.
strike.
Game on.
He did his part. He left himself handy. But I think we may need to get Keegan Brown another glass of water because he just hammered that one
100.
as well. And this may have another couple of legs to go. And on average, he's average probably about half a glass of water a leg at the moment.
134.
I mean, Sorensen's not touched his. Maybe he'll just take his water.
Don't go there with Watergate, because we've been there before with Keegan Brown.
41.
Where John Henderson got falsely accused by a commentator who needs to mind his own business a little bit more of nicking some water, and I've not heard the end of it.
100.
Hendo, I'm sorry,
60.
pal, if you're watching.
$131.
Was it Danny Van Tripe who really enjoyed the water as well, wasn't it?
Oh, yes.
140.
Portsmouth's
Keegan, you require
finest spring
136.
water. Danny Van Tripe gave it the seal of
96.
non-approval.
Tony, you require 160.
Another. Does it go? Brown looks at tops. Yeah, he sounded. It looked as if he was having a tang-fastic, wasn't it, the
100.
way that he
Keegan, you
drank
require
that water.
40.
But is Keegan Brown going to be sipping from the cup of success?
Game
Yes,
shot and the match.
is
Keegan
the
Brown.
answer. Keegan Brown's beginning to make a move here. 4-2 win over Tony Sorensen. And all of a sudden, there's 3 players on 6 points in the group. Keegan Brown, a 4-2 winner against Tony Sorensen. Don't know why the big build-up. It's a very mundane announcement on Saturday night of the England team. No, it's not. No, it's not. We'll tell you more about it on Saturday evening. International Pairs 2 gets underway again at the end of the month. The Dutch pairing of Jimmy van Schie and the greatest fan of Portsmouth Springwater, Danny van Tripe, will be in action looking to defend the title that they won in May. We've got the global champion, Devon Peterson, here. We've also got the former series champion, Andreas Harrison. He's going to be here tonight. That gets underway on Monday, the 25th of August. Before the break, we saw Keegan Brown get the better of Tony Sorensen by 4-2. Game number 12 is a meeting between Barry Copeland and Robbie Long. Now, Robbie looking for a first win. Barry can leapfrog Tony onto 4 points with a win in this one. Meeting of England and Northern Ireland in this Group C clash. What do you make of the international pairs, Matt? How do you look at the lineup? How do you see it all shaping up so far?
It's always nice, isn't it, to watch something a little bit different. The pairs always offers a different, unique factor, especially with the country representation. I think Holland are going to really have to go some here, though, if they're going to be defending that title.
Well, it's actually a bit more of an international flair. Well, I suppose if there was one, I suppose critique at the previous edition was it was 11 European nations in Kenya.
Barry
whereas
to
now
first.
it feels like all corners of the globe are represented, and you'll find out more about all the corners of the globe in the next couple of announcements after this one.
60.
Globes don't have corners, Henry. It's round.
Oh, will you stop being pedantic?
43.
Well, that pierced through the middle. He wanted a double check of the referee to see whether it touched or not, but on second inspection by the referee, it did not penetrate the 12s.
We could see from here because the point was
100
on top of the wire, so maybe he thought you could see something we couldn't. Just gone back to being a little bit more deliberate, hasn't he, Barry Copeland? He changed his pace, throwing a little bit quicker in the last game, and
80.
got a little bit more profitability.
Well, it begins to beg the question whether that was a ploy or whether he was, because of the pace of Scott Baker, just naturally throwing quicker.
58.
You can get drawn into the pace of a player. So when you go against one of those really rapid, really quick players that just make you feel like you're on the hockey by yourself.
82. $60. 60.
Lots of room across the left-hand side. That'll be inviting the way his darts just open up that bed.
100.
Be disappointed with that.
136.
Seemed like the perfect dart, that opener.
Not going to find the 136. What can Copeland make of the 123?
94. Barry,
Maybe just needs a moment, a spark, a lightener. Triple 18 ball, otherwise he could be broken in this opening leg. It's Not going to find the treble 18, and so Long will return for 42 to move himself one up in this contest.
55. Robbie, you require 42.
It's double 16.
10. Barry, you require 68.
68 for Copeland. Double 4.
Game
double
shot the first
4,
leg.
and
Barry
it is
Copeland.
1-0 to the Daddy.
It was double 4 that he found to get his win against Scott Baker.
Second leg is Robbie to throw
Which
first.
at the time looked quite
Game
an
on.
unlikely result. Not happy with the way he's playing there, you can tell.
100.
He's winning, he's ahead. And there's a chance here for Barry Copeland, who has already got a win on the board to put himself firmly in the middle part of the table, but to maybe eliminate Robbie Long. This doesn't mean Robbie Long would have lost all 4 games. It means he get a maximum of 12 points. I'm not sure that'd be enough this week. We've got 3 players on 6.
And they're all cancelling each other out, and you get the sense that probably by the end of their little trio matches that there'll be at least all prize on 8, and you'd expect them to get some points against the rest. So yeah, you'd say 12 points is going to be too much of an ask. I think 14 will be the cut-off this week. I think you get to 14, I think you'll be through. You get less, you'll be gone.
$140. $100.
Oh, Copeland, 121 left after just
75.
9 darts.
Barry, you require 121.
To double his lead in this contest. He's down for the bullseye. Well, this would be some way to take out the 1-2-1.
89.
Doesn't quite go, but
Robbie, you require
he'll
128.
hope to be back for 3 more.
Double 20 for the ball is the only option now. Not going to go. Barry Copeland, a chance to break the throw,
98.
double his lead.
Barry, you require 32.
Get full control.
Game shot in the second leg. Barry Copeland.
Nice leg. 13 darter for Barry Copeland. That's what he's capable of.
Third leg is Barry to throw first. Game on.
We do get this from time to time, don't we? Players that have done some good bits on different circuits. They come here. It doesn't quite work out
60.
for them. I think the one that really stands out for me was around about this time last year. We had Tavis Dudney.
41.
Came here with a bit of reputation, doing some good stuff. Didn't produce at all. Struggled. Now he's a tour card holder.
And actually keeping his neck above water on the Pro Tour as well. He's not had the best season, but he's doing okay.
140.
He's picked up a few wins here or there. And there's also some places which just don't work
100.
for players. We've seen really good players play poorly in this building in the past. We've also seen players that play way in excess of themselves when they're here.
100.
I'll give you an example. Ted Evans. Last year, I think we all expected big things from him. Didn't live up to the billing. He'd be the first to admit that.
140.
But this year, he's been a different animal. Haven't seen Tedwood yet in this series.
130.
Which I'm sure you'll be hoping changes so you can have some more of those chocolates.
Oh, yes.
140.
It's the only reason I want him here, not for
Barry,
the
you
darts, just
require
for the
71.
freebies, to be perfectly honest. Hi, Tedwood. Anyway, Copeland 71 for 3-0. Double 16.
55.
And again,
Robbie, you require
just on the
80.
inside, but it just I can imagine as well. Barry sometimes probably looks at darts thinking it's in, and then once it kicks up and the referee tells him that it isn't going in,
Game shot in the
there's,
third leg.
Long
Robbie
takes
Long.
out the 80, and he reduces the gap back down to 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Robbie
Who
to
are you
throw
looking forward
first.
to? Anybody that we haven't seen
Game
yet
up.
at the Super Series in Series 11? Who would you like to see in action?
57.
Raymond Smith.
Oh. The lineal champion. One of two lineal champions we have, because Darius Labanauskas has not been back since picking up his title,
100.
because he did a very, 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 very selfish thing of committing to a week and then qualifying for Euro Tour.
59.
You still on talking terms with Darius?
Yeah, I forgive him now. A few years ago now, wasn't it?
Tell you who else we haven't seen yet this year is Copeland piles in the game's first max. Haven't seen Stefan Belmont yet this year.
135.
The Swiss ace. Probably never see him again if he doesn't come this year, because he's
119.
due to get a tour card.
$57. Barry, you require 102.
102 for Copeland. And 6 darts from here. Bullseye leaves double 16.
70.
I'll tell you what, he has been threatening these types of finishes, but unable to get on this occasion.
140. Barry, you require 32.
He's going to be under pressure now. Robbie Long finding a big visit. Is it too late?
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Oh,
Barry
you see
Copeland.
what it means to him. He's got darts on his chest, he's got darts on his heart, and he's playing with his
Fifth
heart
leg,
on his
it's
sleeve.
Barry to throw first. Game up.
You saw what it meant to him when he picked up that big victory in the last game. Could go back to back here. Put himself back in contention. Guarantee himself at
85.
least 4 points with a game still to go. And that game would be against Tony Sorensen, who has only picked up 1 win. And let's look at this from the flip side as well. Barry
140.
Copeland. Tomorrow, his first game will be Tony Sorensen. His second game will be Robbie Long. If he can win these battles of the players in the bottom half of the table, he'll be in the top half competing by the time he goes back against the big hitters of the group.
140.
All of a sudden, things aren't as they seem. Now, Robbie has played some decent stuff, but the last couple of games is being hit by players who are just beginning to up the gauge, the gas tank. Brown averaged 99 against him in the previous one. Barry Copeland averaging 91 in change. Scrap that with 1-8 number 2. It's close to 95 now. And this to round off a 4-1 victory.
100.
96 required.
Barry, you require 96.
Could get it done here with an 11 dart leg. Double 18.
$78.
Just moves on the inside, much to the grimace on his
121.
face.
$53. Barry,
So
you
Copeland
require
back
18.
for 3 more.
Game shot
3 more.
and the match.
But he
Barry
only needed
Copeland.
1. And that's a 13 darter to finish off for Barry Copeland. He gets the better of Robbie Long by 4 legs to 1. And that smile is very much back on his face once again. And that's why pretty much 16 darts per leg for Barry Copeland. 4 out of 13 on the doubles. Really good display. Beats Robbie Long 4-1. Next up, Keegan Brown, John Worsley.
ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So we see the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've got 3 more games to go on this Thursday afternoon before the break. Barry Copeland got the better of Robbie Long by 4 legs to 1. 3 more games to go on this Thursday afternoon. This is how the table looks. Baker, Brown, Worsley, all on 6 points. Copeland, Sorensen along the bottom 3 in the table. We've got 3 more games to go, and we kick off with a meeting between Brown and Worsley. The winner moves on to 8 points. Well, Keegan, if the truth be told, has really pulled up some trees towards the latter end of the session. The best game was that average just under a ton, wasn't it, in the 4-2 win against Robbie Long. Backed out with a decent performance against Tony Sorensen. Only a few missed darts and a double meant his average. Dragged below
First leg, it's Keegan to throw first.
the 90 mark.
Game on.
As for John Worsley, he's just been consistent, hasn't he, all day, but then had that real blip last time out against Scott Baker on the wrong side of a 4-1 defeat.
58.
I think Keegan Brown's turned into the danger. We said he had to start the day well, and he did. I think it was one of those, if the day didn't start well for Keegan Brown, it was going to continue in the sense, but any sort of encouragement, and he could show his class.
100.
2-time winner on the Pro Tour. That shows some real quality. Yes, he's also picked up that Youth World Championship. But I think
96.
those 2 Pro Tour titles really do show the quality of which Keegan Brown's got, and he's demonstrated that quite a bit today. I mean, knocking on the door of the 100 average at times. And the one thing that he will do
100.
is it will just install a little bit of fear factor into this group, because he's achieved things in this game beyond what anybody in this group has achieved.
99.
Fair to say it's a bit of a confidence player, Keegs?
I think at the moment, yes. I think right now, just needs things to sort of go his way a little bit just at the start
41.
of the day, just because of the issues of which he's facing in the physical aspect of the sport. This is solid. We referenced earlier on, didn't we, about game 2. The grouping was starting to get really good for Keegan Brown. And ever since, he's really started to become a big hitter. That's his 5th maximum of the day.
100. Keegan, you require 68.
Double 4. 14
Game
dart
shot in the first
starts.
leg,
Beautiful
Keegan Brown.
darts for Keegan Brown.
Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Now, if I was any of Keegan's opponents,
78.
I'd do a little bit of housery with Keegan. And I would swap his big glass of water, head back down the stage during the advert break and get a small glass
60.
of water just to wind him up a little bit.
Yeah, because no one had noticed that. It's not like he's going to move it somewhere else. Like, you're using the whole room multiple times.
Well, I'd do it whilst he's not in the vicinity. That's why I said I'd do it in the
96.
advert break when you can't see, and I'd be the first one onto the stage. And
You've never pranked anyone in your life, have you?
it's more the other way round. I'm usually pranked on.
140. $134. $40.
Well, that's a bit of a Robin Hood, isn't it?
82.
And I tell you what, that is pierced right through the flight.
No change. Interesting. I mean, we are seeing players go up there without cases.
78.
There is a case on the table. Maybe
Keegan, you
that's
require
been on into Mr.
129.
Worsley. You would imagine you'd change that because it will affect the integrity of the flight.
57. John,
you
you
can see on
require
dart
84.
2V through there. It does not look pretty. May not look pretty if Worsley finds a double 12 with the back of the 8-volt combo.
Game shot in the second leg. John Worsley.
This is brewing up a little bit nice, isn't it? 1-1.
Third leg, it's Keegan to throw first. Game on. $133. $134. $41.
Just snatching at the dart a little bit here, John Worsley.
85.
And he's aware of it because you're seeing those little tells and reactions when it happens. I just feel like he's not
93.
quite getting that clean release. Not because he isn't. That's better.
$81.
Top 3 there was the one. Just again ending up where he's almost pointing through to the target.
104. $90. Keegan, you require 130. $97. John, you require 111.
A little late with that one there, Keegan Brown. Ended up following the dart low. We go low here. He was looking for the treble 17, which would have took him to the very top. Instead, Keegan Brown now. Chance to keep us going with the pattern of play.
Keegan, you require 33.
The pattern of play is whoever throws first wins the leg.
Game shot in the third leg.
Pattern
Keegan Brown.
carried on, and Brown moves 2-1 up. He wins 8 points. He has worked hard for them 8 points after a sluggish start.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
That's the only thing he's spilt really since game 1.
$59. $180. $24.
What do we reckon, Matt? 9 data?
Well, it's on.
140.
Did a real good flow there as well, wasn't it, Keegan Brown? You can see he's starting to enjoy this game. Why wouldn't he? He's looking good for a 3-1 lead.
140.
The passive play he's been involved in the last few games is, well, the best that we've seen him in. I don't actually think it's quite close because I think he'll be the first to admit that he's kind of flattered to deceive in his
123.
previous trials and tribulations here. But he's averaging 102.22. He's putting it up to Worsley.
100.
Despite himself, he's averaging in the
58.
mid-80s. Has got nothing by way of response. This is a potential 11 data.
Game
It
shot
is
in
an
the fourth
11
leg.
data.
Keegan Brown.
Keegan Brown's 3-1 up, and he's waltzing away from Worsley. And he has the darts in his hand here to
Fifth leg is Keegan to throw
complete a
first.
4-1
Game
win
on.
and to complete the day with 4 wins out of 5. And for John Worsley, after the perfect start where he won each of his first 3 games, he could lose his last 2 and find himself,
140.
well, perhaps chasing when it comes to Friday's action. If we be honest, the way Keegan
100.
played in Group A, we had a lot of question marks about him, but you've got to give a lot of credit to the character that he's shown to come back out the way he has done today. Not just has he come back out revitalised, he's come back out playing a version of himself that I don't think we've seen for a couple of years now. Average of 107 now.
He's been teasing it, hasn't he? He's been knocking on the door of a big performance and a big average like this one.
$132.
Exceptional.
Could be back-to-back 11s to round it off. Average of 108, and John Worsley is just going to have to put his hand
Keegan,
up
you
and accept that he's just been
49.
beaten by the better man here. As Brown looks at double 16.
Game
Well,
shot.
that's a
and the
12
match,
darter
Keegan
off the
Brown.
back of the 11 the leg before. And Keegan Brown is reaching new heights here at the Super Series. An average of 105.78 in a 4-1 dismantling of the Womble. And that means he's going to end the day on 8 points. And it means that he's going to end the day with at least a share for the lead. He'll find out whether he is going to be in top spot after the break. Scott Baker win against Robbie Long would be the front runner in Group C overnight. Robbie Long is still looking for his first points of the day and could really upset the apple cart as a result. That game's coming up live after the break on Pluto TV. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Keegan Brown rounded off his day with the first ton plus average of it. 105.78. The numbers that he accrued in a 4-1 win against John Worsley. 4 from 6 of his doubles. He moves under 8 points overnight. Scott Baker can also move on to 8 points and can gazump the needle if he can get the better of Robbie Long. This game 14 of 15. We are bringing to you this afternoon, but fear not, because we are
First
back
leg is Robbie
with
to throw
10
first.
more live
Game
games
on.
tonight from 10 p.m. live here on Pluto TV. And luckily for me, you and everybody else,
45.
it is myself and Matthew Edgar who are going to be on the call tonight. 13 hours in my company. I hope you're getting paid well for it.
85.
Well, at least we'll get to watch some good darts tonight. There'll be some interesting stories coming through.
$93.
Yeah, former champion Andreas Harrison's going to be in action. Steve West will be back.
$79.
We'll see the return of Kevin Painter to the live lounge stage. Kevin Edwards will be there, and Tommy Lishman, who has had a very good start to
54.
2025. That all to come from 10 o'clock this evening.
100.
Plenty more darts to keep us entertained on a 24-hour darts
59.
channel.
Who would have thought?
I know, right? We get to watch darts on a darts channel. Who would have thought it?
45.
Not just the throwing of darts, but also other content. The Tunkton Talk
58.
series is also available on there. Actually, I'll tell you what, we've got the perfect thing to send everybody off to sleep this evening.
82.
Well, you just said you're back this evening.
Because following the end of tonight's Group B session, we've got a tungsten talk about the career of Matthew
58.
Edgar. So that'll be the
Scott, you
perfect
require
way
110.
to drift off into sleep in the middle of the night if you're really struggling. Well, he hasn't been struggling with big finishes, Scott
92.
Baker, but he
Robbie, you require 134.
shanks that double 18 on the inside. Oh, okay, Robbie, I'll make the 134. Can't take it.
55. Scott, you require 18. Game shot in the first leg, Scott Baker. Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $125.
Oh, that was wayward, wasn't it, from Baker? Just sort of flicked at the dart.
55.
Like a sudden gust of wind.
100. $140.
Well, Robbie Long said in his interview at the start of the day that he feels he could run through the card tomorrow if he needs to. I think even if he does, it's going to be
60.
non-effective now in regards to his position in the table. He's lost his first 4 matches. He's on 0 points at the moment, and he's lost them all by scores of 4-1 and 4-2 against
59.
Keegan Brown. So the leg difference doesn't even look too healthy at this point in time either. Sometimes just doesn't go.
85.
When it's not your day, it's not your day, and that's certainly been the case for Robbie Long on this Thursday.
41.
Well, Scott leaving 131 after a dozen darts. Slight gremlin in the system here. We will try our best to rectify the situation. But Scott Baker having a conversation with George Baker. 1-0 he leads in this contest. I think it's all good to go now. 131 was what he required.
Scott, you require
And we are
131.
good to go once again.
$55.
A little pause in play. Seems to have worked out very well for Robbie Long.
80. Scott, you require 76.
Fills it up nicely.
Game shot in the
So he
second leg,
zooms in
Scott
on
Baker.
double 8 and arrows into a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's Robbie to throw first. Game on.
Could be the near perfect day this for Scott Baker. Good chance here to leave on 8 points. He'll be happy with that
51.
return. Just be wondering what happened, don't he, in that game with Barry Copeland. Could have been the perfect day for the mods.
47.
Could have completed it.
Like getting Woking from the Conference to the Champions League.
93.
Martin Tyler, the football commentator, used to be their assistant manager once upon a time.
60. $45. $140. $134. $100.
Well, Tunley, Scott Baker first to a finish
in this leg. But Robbie will feel like he's in a position where he should leave things a bit more handy, although accepting that opportunities are going to come for granted when Scott's on a finish today, the way he's been hitting big checkouts. Could well be prepared. He's already taken out a 1.56 today. He's not going to add a 1.54 to the mix.
44.
Robbie himself has had
Robbie, you require 118.
couple of ton toppers, the 103 and the 110. Can he add the 118 to the mix? Could do.
80.
The double 19 does not
Scott, you
go.
require
And so
110.
Baker returns for 110. Double 18 would have left the double unable to get.
54.
And I just wonder what
Robbie,
Robbie's
you
decision
require
making is going to be
38.
here. Can attack it, go straight for it, but he could well possibly
Game
contemplate
shot
the
third
split.
leg, Robbie Long.
But went straight for the double 19 and got the double 19. And reduces the gap back down to 2-1. But
Fourth leg, it's
Baker,
Scott to throw first.
having got the
Game
break in the opening leg of the match, is looking to cash that in right now.
100. 59. 85. 85.
Well, Robbie Long can now add his name to the list of people that call out the name when they throw a bad dart. The two that really
60.
stand out for me in that category, Michael Smith. He was very good at calling out a mic after he lost, or missed a bad dart, should I say. And the other one was Adrian Lewis.
93.
If he had a bad throw, you got the AD. See if Scott's going to add himself to that list.
49.
Doesn't strike me as a name caller, does Scotty B?
I think the most infamous cry of a name here is Robert Thornton. Oh, Robert. In his Scottish accent.
Oh, is that where he's from, is it?
41.
I thought he was underwater then.
100.
Steve West, you'll hear the cry of Stephen if things don't go well.
59. Scott, you require 107.
I think Andreas Harrison mutters something underneath his breath, but I can't really see it from underneath his very big beard. Anyway, double 18
Game
for
shot on the fourth
107.
leg, Scott Baker.
And that is ton plus checkout number 4 for
Fifth
Scott
leg,
Baker of the
Robbie to
day.
throw first. Game on. $58. 40.
So Baker 3-1 to the good. I tell you what, I'm just having a look at my my notes for the session. There's been a real smattering of 4-1 scorelines. No 4-0s, but we've only had the 2 4-3s today.
$28.
Well, one end of the spectrum to the other there, isn't it, for Robbie Long? Maximum, followed by 28.
140. $50. 100.
Now then, Scotty, getting a bit hotty and now on the cusp of winning this match. Needs himself on a ton to
Scott, you require 100.
complete a 4-1 victory in this contest. 85 left as he strays wide into the treble five, but great recovery with dart two.
Game shot,
Great
and the
fire
match,
for the
Scott
last. Scott Baker for 4-1 win against Robbie Long means that the mod is going to be flying at the top of the table. Going into Friday's action, another really impressive display on the doubles. That's been a real strength of his. 4 from 5 in that department. A couple of Tom Plush checkouts in there. And when we return, our last game, Sorensen Copeland.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series final game of the session. Before the break, Scott Baker ensured that he would be the top dog when it came to this group on Friday, as he got the better of Robbie Long by 4 legs to 1 in game 14. Game 15 is a meeting of the Tiger and the Daddy, as Tony Sorensen takes on Barry Copeland to end the afternoon's exploits here in Portsmouth. But,
First leg
of
is
course,
Tony
it's
to throw
Thursday,
first.
so the
Game
fun has only just begun. We'll be back from 10 o'clock this evening to resume responsibilities in Group B.
60.
What would be your assessment of both players' days, Matt?
Left a little bit to be desired, but Barry could really get himself into the contention here still. Plays Tony
97.
Sorensen at the end of today. He'll play him first game tomorrow. Then he goes up against the winless Robbie Long. Barry Copeland could be in contention.
60.
Depending how he performs over the next 3 games. If he plays to par, you expect he'll get 6 points.
$43. 60. $119.
Lovely switch in that. Something we're not seeing too much really today from Barry Copeland. I imagine
60.
he'd be a player that would have to switch quite a lot because the dart just lays across the bed, blocks things up, certainly when he goes in that 5. That's okay, nice and inviting.
81.
He's living it though, isn't he? Living every moment now, Barry Copeland. He knows he's still in this thing.
Very much a heart on sleeve
125.
type
Barry
character
require
is Baz.
161.
Can he take out the 161? Bullseye. Clips the paint to the 25.
Tony, you require 136.
Sorensen looking at the 136, having seen his opponent just miss the 161.
128.
And he's not going to do what his opponent failed to.
Barry, you require 25.
Nearly saw something a bit flashy from both, but this is where Barry Copeland at times has struggled. Finding the big numbers, that is perfect. That's exactly where he wanted that one to be.
Game shot in the
Lovely,
first leg. Barry
clean
Copeland.
finish. Just what he needed to kickstart this game.
Second leg is Barry to
Don't do
throw
that.
first.
Take
Game
a
on.
throw. Let's see Tony Sorensen as well joining in with Barry Copeland in the rejection of zips.
81.
See Barry Copeland here, got a very open shirt. Tony's decided to do the same. No zips required.
Maybe that's how I'll do the end of the
60.
show.
$100. $100. $140.
Well, Barry's been better able, hasn't he, to take control of this contest.
60.
And he is 6 darts away here from opening up a 2-zip lead in this match.
$40.
Well, of all the rejections of players today, that was the one we least likely saw.
No real damage though there, is there? Tony Sorensen a long way back, can't leave a finish from here,
30.
so
Barry, you require
Copeland
140.
still guaranteed 6 starts, maybe more, because Sorensen didn't shave too much off that score. May only need the 3.
Oh, he's got tops. And not just has he got tops, he's almost got it.
$100. Barry requires
this
20.
6 points to be his overnight total, and still in play he would be. Need a big day tomorrow, but he'd give himself the best possible chance.
Game shot in the second leg. Barry Copeland
goes 2-0 to the goods. Who's the daddy now?
Third leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on. $60. $85. $100. $100.
He's got to be happy with how things are going now, Barry Copeland. First couple of games, couldn't really find anything. 74
45.
and 81, the averages. Looked like it could be a very long day. 4-3 victory over Baker, 4-1 victory over Long. Looking solid here. Looking good for a double breaker throw.
140.
And I think the most notable thing is the little bit more pace, that little bit more fluency in the action. Just not so deliberate right now, Barry Copeland.
60.
And you can sometimes do that when you want to make an impression, when you want to win something. You can just take that little bit longer, that little bit of a pause, and you just lose what is a bit natural. Trying to place them in the board rather than just sending them on their way.
140.
And he's sending these on their way to good success. Down again after 12.
Let it flow, let it flow, let it flow.
140.
Thought you were going to break out into song then.
Barry, you require 36.
No one needs that. Double 18 for free zip. Double 9.
27.
Does
Tony,
not
you require
go,
96.
so Sorensen is back for 96. Double 18.
78.
But much to Sorensen's frustration, is unable to find a move back into the match, and Copeland consequently could move himself free clear again. He's bodged a couple of chances to open up daylight. Is he going to miss any more?
7.
Yes, is the answer.
Tony, you require 18.
So 2 9s for Sorensen.
Game shot in
And
the
it goes
third leg.
back
Tony
to
Sorensen.
2-1.
Fourth leg is Barry to throw first. Game on. $100. $59. $98.
It's a scrapper, isn't he, Sorensen?
60.
Which is a very good attribute to have. Battle through when things aren't going well. Sticking in games. Awkward player to play.
98.
But he may not be playing this one for much longer. Just starting to overpitch the darts on a regular
100.
basis now. A lot of the darts going up by tops. And that's just because he's starting to throw everything into the shot again. Something he's come in and out of throughout this campaign and throughout the week so far. That's when he needs
81.
something. He tries pushing a little bit too hard. Just launch it. There it is again. Launching himself in. And with that, just completely
60.
overpitching.
Barry, you require 124.
So 124. And plenty of time to re-establish a 2-leg gap. Not to be done this time.
52. $94. Barry, you require 72.
So Copeland's 72.
52.
Just underneath.
Tony, you require 128.
Well, the 128 isn't going to be taken, so Copeland will return for double 10
48.
to open up a 3-1
Barry, you
lead in
require
this
20.
contest. Up for double 5 to re-establish the gap.
10. Tony, you require 80.
These are the sort of shots that he's been polishing up all week, although he's going to have to go the hard way. Not going to get a shot. And that'll be frustrating. Just keep the
40.
dart straight, you get a dart of the double.
Barry, you require 10.
Instead, he's got to stand now and watch his opponent throw again. Opportunity for a 3-1 lead. Making a bit of a mess.
Six.
Making a lot of a mess.
Tony, you require 40.
This to level up.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
And
Tony
we are
Sorensen.
back level at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on. $100. $140. $60. $84. $125.
This game's starting to turn. Right now, you'd say Tony Sorensen's the better player. This really would upset things. This really would put
100.
Barry Copeland's chances in a little bit of doubt. And it'd make this a very, very key exchange tomorrow where the loser would be pretty much out. Lots of darts to be thrown before then,
60.
Yep, we'll be back tonight from 10 for the beginning of Group B.
99.
You'll see the two Kevs,
Tony,
Steve
you
West,
require
Andreas Harrison,
156.
and Tommy Lishman, all in action. Well, Copeland has to be on watch here because he has seen a
140.
cushion
Barry,
whittle
you require
away
78.
very quickly and now comes back for 78. If he doesn't get it, he's in huge bother in this game. And I mean huge bother.
38. Tony, you require 16.
Huge bothering coming. He was 2-0 up, Barry Copeland. Oh, that's a long way off. Wayward.
Game shot in the fifth leg. Tony Sorensen.
And that hurts so much more when that happens. Barry Copeland would have been stood at the back of the stage there, sees his opponent
Sixth
miss.
leg, it's Barry
Not
to
only
throw
sees his
first.
opponent miss,
Game
but
on.
sees him miss by a sizable amount. But every dart's an individual throw. Sorensen's a leg away from a very good turnaround.
42. $100. 91. $140. $180.
Well, an exchange of 180s between the pair. Tony Tomlinson here is on for potential 11 darter to win this match. How quickly the game can change.
60.
Barry Copeland had darts
Tony, you
to
require 81.
lead this match 3-0. Couldn't take him. Sorensen now back to complete a 4-2 victory. Treble 12 leaves double 13.
Game
Double
shot, and the
13
match,
is
Tony
found,
Sorensen.
and that's a 4-2 win for Tony Sorensen. He beats Barry Copeland in the final game of the afternoon session. It moves him on to 4 points. It moves him above Barry Copeland in the table. We're going to have reaction and we're going to have analysis from all the day's play after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the day's action in Group C has come to a close. That's what we saw towards the latter end of the session. We saw a 4-2 win for Tony Sorensen against Barry Copeland. Elsewhere in the final round of fixtures, Scott Baker made it 4 wins out of 5 for a 4-1 win over Robbie Long. Keegan Brown made it 4 wins out of 5 with a 4-1 win over John Worsley, who, as you can see there, lost his last 2 games of the session after winning each of his opening 3. So 2 players tied at the top on 8 points respectively. Those players being Scott Baker and Keegan Brown. John Worsley just in behind on 6. Tony Sorensen and Barry Copeland both on 4. Robbie Long without a win to his name on the opening day's worth of action in this Group C. We've been watching all the action today in the company of Primetime Matthew Edgar. Look, let's go table order. So we'll go tops downwards in our assessment of the day. We'll begin with Scott Baker, top of the table, legs difference. First few games, player of the day. Had the wobble, but credit to him, he responded well at the end.
He did. I just don't know what happened in that game against Barry Copeland. It was very surprising, wasn't it? He just sort of lost his way. He couldn't find a treble for about 7 or 8 visits. Had match darts in the end. Wasn't able to do so. Could have been the perfect day. And then you'd say he's pretty much through. We've still got work to do now. But I think when we look at the table, we look at everyone's position, we look at what they've got today, we look at how it's sort of landed. I think we're going to know a lot come the first game tomorrow. Once we do that 6th lap of fixtures, I think we're going to know who's in the running and who's not. The first game's going to be the last game we just saw there, Tony Sorensen. And when we look at that sort of head-to-head clash, the loser of that is going to be pretty much out of it.
Keegan Brown, probably the best player of the day. If you look at the numbers, you look at performances, after that wobbly first one, head and shoulders, wasn't he?
He was fantastic. I saw him in between sort of the halfway point of the session. I said, oh, that was really good. And he goes, yeah, he's just found a way to feel comfortable at the moment. He's got a couple of physical issues going on at the moment. He's found a way to manage those, and it really did shine through. He was exceptional. I was concerned for him at the start of the day. I thought if this doesn't start well, this could go really badly. But he started to find. I think the real turning point was that 140 finish we just saw.
Is that the best we've seen of Keegan in this build, just all together?
Yes, I've got to say yes. And on the same aspect, I don't, and this is going to sound harsh, but I think Keegan will be very accepting of it, or very along the lines of agreement with it, that I don't think he left much competition for that. We've not seen anything like Keegan Brown, we know. This guy's won 2 Pro Tours. He's a world champion. And he's come to the Super Series, and the appearances he's had here have been substandard to the levels that he plays at. Today we saw that. We saw the levels he can play at. He produced some good stuff. And I just hope that he goes on and carries on playing that same way and sort of gets into a Saturday night to really build a bit of confidence and to back up what has been a good turnaround. A lot of character shown today.
John Worsley, the way he started was superb, but I think he's going to be bitterly disappointed by the way it ended, won't he?
How things end tends to be the assessment when you leave this place. If you end the day well, you leave on a positive. If you end like Worsley has, you go and you think you've left something out there. You've left yourself more work to do than you should have. And he has. He's got a lot of work to do tomorrow. But he's only 2 points of a qualification place. We don't always have to look at the top of the table. He's just got to be in that top 2.
Tony Sorensen, we kind of said it yesterday, but I think the points we emphasised today, that there's definitely a player in there, isn't there?
He's been a bit unlucky today. I think he's played better than 4 points. Just ran into a performance at the wrong time. Turned that last game around really well and give himself a good opportunity after beating Barry Copeland. So tomorrow, game number 1, that is the most important game. If Tony Sorensen loses to Barry Copeland tomorrow, he's out. Same could be said for Barry Copeland, though. He's gave himself an opportunity, but he needed to win that. And from 2-0 up, he'll be expecting that he should have gone on to do that. He'll be disappointed when he leaves. Remember what we just said about Worsley. How you leave the venue is how you sort of feel. And from 2-0 up, cruising, he let Tony Sorensen back in, then he lost his way. He's kept himself in the battle, but he has to win game 1.
So Barry Copeland, we'll see once again tomorrow, got that win against Scott Baker. Let's have a look at the tournament bracket then and see how this week is progressing, because we're going to see our first evening session of the week tonight. Derek Coulson, he was emphatic in winning that Group A. And you look at Group B tonight, Andreas and Steve, heavy favourites to get out of it for you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Certainly Andreas. Steve West, what Steve West are we going to get? Are we going to get the Steve West we saw on Tuesday, or are we going to get the one yesterday that was substandard? Andreas Harrison, we know what we're going to get. He's going to be a favourite to win the group. I expect him to go through. Most people expect him to go on top. I don't see too much of a danger there to stop Andreas.
In terms of Kevin Painter, first time we've seen him here in a long while, and look, it's very public, some of the issues that he's having with his game at the minute. How do you think he's going to equip with the Super Series environment?
Honestly, I don't know. And I don't think Kevin would know. I don't think anyone really knows exactly what to expect from Kevin tonight. So with that, it should be good, shouldn't it? Because actually, he should be coming in here quite free. Because he's not coming here with an expectation of himself. He's not going to be coming here in expectation of the viewing public. Everyone's probably just going to be grateful to see him. And they'll be glad to see him on the stage again competing. And they just hope that he can get through it with no further scarring. And actually, if he can find anything like the Kevin Painter we know, he's going to be very dangerous in that Group E.
Well, we're going to find out later on tonight, and we're going to do so in each other's company. Thank you for this afternoon. We shall see you a little bit later on. Right, plenty coming up on Pluto TV between now and then. Coming up next, we've got some of the most iconic moments in the history of the Modus Super Series, from 9 darters to big averages to trophy lifts. We will have all of that coming up in a few moments' time for you. Then tonight, the darts continues. Group B will get underway from 10 p.m. That's going to be live, of course, exclusively on Pluto TV. It all builds up to a Saturday night crescendo from 7:30 p.m. on Pluto TV. And then, of course, the action gets back underway excuse me, Monday morning from 9:30 a.m. Really looking forward to seeing Boris Kirchmar here at the Live Lounge for the very first time. But as far as today is concerned, it was Keegan Brown and Scott Baker who were the best of the bunch. We'll see you tonight for Group B, which is going to feature the artist, Kevin Painter.
And now from Essex in England.
These tops. That is quality from Kevin Painter. He looks completely out of the leg.
On a fourth leg, Kevin Painter.
Big command from Kevin Painter.
Let's welcome a former Players' Champion, a former World Championship finalist.
Troubles with this particular double, and he's only really left this on the back of combinations. He pins it that time. It's a 14 darter with 2-0 Painter. And he's going to have to scratch it some more as Kevin Painter gets over the line. He seals a 4-1 win.
Let's welcome the artist, Kevin Painter!
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is...